All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have a very long day, and I just want to make sure anyone that's waiting for certain files, uh, there's some that we aren't starting till after 1 o'clock. So they are the Daikin North America, the Lighthouse Point Road, John Street, and Balsam Shoots Road. Those files will be addressed after 1 o'clock. So with that, I will inform you that we do have quorum. Everyone except Deputy Mayor is here. And I will ask Councillor Renwick to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thanks very much. I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the Planning Council meeting agenda dated April 16, 2025 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? I see none. All right. I would like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend the Town of Huntsville Official Plan and Community Planning Permit Bylaws 2022-97 pursuant to Sections 17 and 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure of the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or the representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present, in person or electronically, will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the applications. Council will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentation. Once the public meeting is concluded and the input is received, the proposed amendments will be considered by Council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address. Please note the presentations are limited to 10 minutes. It is important to note that should Council approve any bylaw amendment applications this afternoon or this morning, the applicant and the municipality and certain specified persons and public bodies as defined by the Planning Act may appeal the decision. During the 20-day appeal period, which commences on the date on which notice of Council's decision is provided, no building permits may be issued or other work commenced. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a bylaw, any appeals or possible Ontario Land Tribunal hearings, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed bylaw. Respecting community planning permit application, it is important to note that a council decision on such applications may only be appealed by the applicant themselves. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. Whew, did you get all that? All right, so we have Planner Lenny Dennis, who has a deputation right off the top.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair Stone. Committee, Lenny Dennis Planning, Box 254, Nova, Ontario, P0A1R0. Appreciate the opportunity to address committee this morning on the alternative rural residential lot standards. I've had an opportunity to review this in the past and just wanted to provide further comment on where we're at. My original thought, and I agreed with staff at the time, was the 60 meters of frontage and the 0.4 hectares, so 200 feet and 1 acre. I see now that the standard has increased to 90 meters of frontage and 1 hectare, so 300 feet and 2.5 acres. I don't think that the I know traditionally and typically, historically, the town in the rural area up until a few years ago was the standard of 1 acre and the 200 feet of frontage. I'm not aware of any issues as a result of that sort of historic development. The province, I think, recognizes that development in the rural area is appropriate. They've made a comment that provided it allows for permanent residential, provided those lots or development can be appropriately and suitably serviced with private water and septic systems. So I think that I just wanted to say that I think that it would, in my opinion, the 200 feet in the 1 acre is appropriate. I think also the final design of a lot, while I suggest that at a minimum of those, I think the final design of the lot is dictated by topography and terrain, such as slopes, wetlands, streams, natural heritage features that already exist on the lot. A lot of these features are already identified in the town's new CPP bylaw through a natural constraint 1 and 2. So I think those features will be acknowledged, and certainly the design or the size of the lot will be dictated through that process. I think also, just from a sort of anecdotally, from a marketing perspective, I think people coming from Toronto, the GTA, rather than having to leave an urban area and come to an urban area, I think with the size of a lot, whether it be 1 acre or 2.5 acres, that's pretty big compared to probably the lot and the unit that they left in Toronto. I just wanted to touch base on a couple of other items with respect to sort of how you determine the existing character of an area. I'd like to see that just sort of simplistic. The character is what the character is. I don't think there's any need to set up a special node or draw a certain line, 250 meters. I think if you can service the lot with private individual well and septic in the rural area, I think that's sufficient. And on that note, I think that while we're talking about new lot creation, I think it only sort of scratches the surface in terms of what the rural area actually has offered in terms of its potential. I would think that you may even want to take a look at some multi-unit opportunities as well. You know, I think the rural land is probably a little less expensive than what you might find in the urban area. So you open it up to, say, you know, a triplex or a fourplex, and provided they can be serviced, that's something that maybe could be considered as well. The one other item that wasn't touched on is the number of severances. Right now, the town's official plan deals with or allows only 3 and 1, so 3 severed and 1 retained from an original parcel of property that existed on a certain time. I don't quite understand that. The Planning Act doesn't restrict the number of lots that can be created through the severance process. I think if you have frontage, enough frontage and enough area to protect the environment, and if you've got a road already running by with school bus pickup, garbage pickup, the town is maintaining the roadway, then why restrict it to only 3 lots when you could do more than 3 lots, you know, 5 or 6 or whatever? And there's certain policies in your official plan that will protect the groundwater and other environmental features. So I don't see the necessity of restricting it to just the 3 and 1 that's presently permitted. I think also, again, I'll just, the rural area offers, I mean, there's thousands of sort of untouched acres, if you will, in the rural area. And there's some now that, because of the growth in the community, you know, people would be looking for to these lots that are accessed via private roads on an unmaintained and unopened municipal road allowance. And I think if there's opportunities there, you know, provided you provide safety for the people that live there in dealing with emergency access to the properties, and those roads are maintained on a year-round basis, then I think there's an opportunity there as well to take a look at additional development. I also think that I looked at some of the policies, and it's very sort of strict, if you will. If you don't meet the 90 meters, you don't get, we don't take it any further. If you don't meet the 60 meters, you don't take it any further. If you don't meet the 1 acre, you don't take it any further. In other words, you have to shall meet those standards. And I think, the official plan has always been set up, and quite frankly, and rightfully so, to allow some flexibility. You can have some deviations to numerical values in your official plan if the intent of the plan is being maintained. So I'd like to see a little more flexibility built in to that policy base. With respect to some of the other policies regarding setbacks, going from 12 meters, the typical rural residential standard, to 20 meters, I think just adding that much more setback creates that much more driveway to build, creates that much more hydro to bring in. It just adds to the construction costs on a piece of property. Also, with respect to the buffer, I think the buffer idea, you're trying to minimize the visual impact along the roads as you look into a property. But quite frankly, anybody that's living in the rural area, as much as somebody's passing on the roadway looking in at a property, I'm sure the person that's living in there doesn't really want to see all the traffic going by their house. So I think there's some common sense and some practical application about that setback. I also think design of the property can be addressed. There's probably some natural features on the site that you may have to go around or avoid, in terms of getting a driveway. In fact, the driveway can be offset from the actual building site itself. So all you see really is the driveway, and then the house is tucked back into the trees anyways. And I don't know how much a person would really want to go in to a lot, add construction costs by filling in either a wetland or disturbing or blowing up a lot, if you will, by having to blast. I just think it adds construction costs. And if you're in the rural area and you like the scenery, why would you sort of do that? I also think that if you can go to the 60 meters frontage, I'd also policies better with the district's policies regarding the 440 feet of frontage and the 500 feet of frontage. Maybe that's something that we should be taking a look at as well. I've had a number of clients investigate the idea of trying to create a couple of lots, and they don't quite meet the 500 or the 440 depending on what road, Class A or Class B, and they just simply walk away from it because it just seems like a dead-end street. So that's what I have to say, and I would respectfully submit that hopefully the comments will assist in committee's deliberation of the new policies going forward. I understand you might be dealing with it later today.
That's
so.
correct. This afternoon, later this morning, we will be talking about it. Before you leave, I will ask if council has any questions, and the mayor does.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thank you, Lanny, for your deputation. I really, really appreciate it. I think in your written comments, you made reference to the ideal for setback requirements, but you also spoke to it in your presentation. So is there an ideal setback requirement if we go the 60 meters and 1 acre lot, or is that you're saying that we just go by the physical features or whatever?
So just thanks for pointing that out. For consistency, I thought that we would continue, in my opinion, continue with the 12 meters, the 40 feet, because that's sort of the rural residential zone standard. So that would sort of reflect the existing character, if you will, along roadways. Thanks.
Councilor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Good presentation, Danny. Thanks for coming. What I liked about your presentation is a common sense approach. And I think that's what we have to do with a lot of our rural builds in Brunel Ward. It is a lot of rural. I don't mind the 1 acre. I think that's quite sufficient to build on. The only thing that I don't like 5 or 6 little subdivision, like the one off here, there, on roads or two beside each other or something like that, I'm fine, but I'm not a big fan of in the rural, people live in the country for a reason, so that they're not on top of each other. But thank you very much, and I liked your approach.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you, I think, just follow up on Councillor Clucci there. If it's a 1 acre lot, I think I would agree, but if we're doing 200 feet by 2.5 acres, if you can get 5 or 6 rural lots and it still has the privacy, I think it makes a lot of sense. For my real estate days, you'd get people trying to sever and they'd be limited. Meanwhile, we're giving up potential housing, right? And we're in that housing crisis. I guess, Lanny, the one question I ask of you, and we've been debating it back and forth, and I don't think we have consensus yet, as far as rural lands and your clientele, have you given any thought to if we could reasonably service fourplexes? And I'm thinking more of smaller units and for seniors, young couples on a rural lot. And if so, like what the minimum size should be and what do you think it could handle septic wise and things like that?
Yeah, I think part of that, the size is probably dictated. I'll go back to the natural constraints on the property, and also the size of the septic system and the location of the well. So I'm not exactly sure. I think probably if you were to look at a 1 acre lot with one dwelling is probably sufficient. I think if you went to the 2.5 acres, that was the old MOE standard for a new lot creation. I think you'd be probably comfortable with that, depending on the terrain and the topography and that sort of stuff.
All right, I see no other hands, so thank you for your deputation, and we'll talk about this later this morning. All right, Richard is going to come up and speak to the MBRP application. Whenever you're ready.
Sorry, I was making notes on Lanny's presentation. Okay, so thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The subject properties are located at various properties, including 305, 315, 325, 329, 335, and 369 Old Ferguson Road. The lands are currently developed with various buildings and structures and include tree buffer strips along Old Ferguson Road and Highway 60, except at entrances and in front of the building at 335 Old Ferguson Road. Surrounding uses are predominantly rural employment, rural business, and rural residential in nature. Additionally, a Ministry of Transportation road maintenance yard operated by Fowler's Construction is located immediately to the south of the lands, with a Highway 11 interchange located immediately south of that. And that's just about 600 meters to the south. The lands are designated rural in the Huntsville Official Plan. And under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, the lands are contained within the Community Mixed Use Precinct under the Community Planning Permit and contain natural constraints too, overlays. Additionally, the lands contain previous site-specific zoning provisions, C3-0374, C3-1434, and C3-1550. And C3 was a highway commercial zone in our previous zoning bylaw. So I would describe this as a technical amendment application, and I think the applicant's agent would agree. The previous exceptions were placed on the lands through previous site-specific zoning bylaw amendments to add use permissions to the lands to permit the current light metal fabrication industrial uses, as well as motor vehicle repairs and accessory sales uses. Under section 1.9 of our community planning permit bylaw, these previous site-specific zoning exceptions continue to apply to the lands to which, and however, the community mixed-use precinct permits a narrower set of uses than the previous highway commercial zone. And the existing uses on some of the proponents' lots are more consistent with uses in the community and rural business employment precinct. So this applicant is proposing to expand their operations to include a new powder coating spray line facility within an existing warehouse building at 329 Old Ferguson Road. And I don't know, I don't have my glasses. You guys probably can see it, but just so I zoom in, it's 329 is this property. In considering their expansion plans, the narrower set of uses within the community mixed-use precinct proved to be an obstacle for this expansion. As such, the amendment before you was applied for. The bylaw amendment proposes to update use permissions affecting the lot at 329 Old Ferguson Road to reflect current and proposed uses, and to do the same for other adjacent lands owned by the proponents. So this is a bit of a unique application because we're dealing with multiple properties in one application, and we're proposing changes for all of them. So to facilitate the proponents' expansion plans and to fix the precincts, what's being suggested is that we amend our bylaw to change from a community mixed-use precinct to a straight community and rural business employment precinct on the lands at 305 and 369 Old Ferguson, and those are shown in orange. We're proposing a special community and rural business employment with exception precinct for the lands at 315, 325, and 335 Old Ferguson Road, and that's simply to carry forward the site-specific exception provisions that were put on those properties under the old zoning bylaw. And then it's also proposed that and those are shown in blue on this plan. And then there's another special community and rural business employment precinct proposed for 329 Old Ferguson Road, which is shown in yellow. And that's to allow this, this new powder coating spray line facility. So that's what's being proposed. Staff agree that a community and rural business employment precinct is more appropriate precinct for the lots to address the existing uses on the lands and to provide flexibility for a wider range of rural businesses that would be considered appropriate in this instance. As the previous zoning exceptions would no longer be needed as a result of these amendments, the proposal is also to delete those from our bylaw. In this instance, the proposal is to permit community and rural business employment uses on the subject lands would be consistent with the relevant permissions for rural businesses in the rural designation of the Huntsville Official Plan. Further, the location of the lots in relation to Highway 11 interchange to a Highway 11 interchange and the existing established uses imply that the proposed precinct change is appropriate. It's noted that the only modifications required to facilitate MBRP's proposed expansions at this time is internal to a warehouse that already is in place on the lot at 329 Old Ferguson Road. And they submitted a functional servicing study to review all the private individual on-site water and sanitary servicing on the lot, along with fire protection measures, and found this new use could be accommodated without modifications to any of that site servicing. Therefore, further mitigation associated with the new development is not considered necessary. It's also noted that the requested precinct only permits light industrial uses. As such, the risk of nuisance operations will be avoided for the most part. I have included site photos, and those are also in your report. I don't think I'll elaborate, but if you have any questions about them, we can certainly pull them back up. These are photos from 305 Old Ferguson Road. These are photos from, I believe, 315 Old Ferguson Road. This would be 325 Old Ferguson Road. These are 329 Old Ferguson Road. And on the top left is the warehouse that this new powder coating line facility is going to be located in. And there's a few shots of some of the existing servicing. So on the bottom left is the septic system. And on the bottom right is the stormwater facility. So pretty much everything's in place.
All right. Is that it?
Nope, there's a few more things I have to say, unfortunately. The applications were submitted in accordance with the Planning Act. That one's important. There were no comments from the public, and the District of Muskoka comments indicated no concerns or objections. The MTO provided comments indicating no concerns with the principle of development, but noted that the lands are located within their development control area, and those comments were provided to the applicant. The applicants would appear to conform to the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and that's why staff is recommending approval.
Now?
Now that's enough. Yeah, go ahead. With any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to the applicant or the representative to make any comments.
Good morning. John P. Gallagher, John P. Gallagher and Associates. I'm here today with Josh Barkey from MBRP and Haley Piotrowski from MBRP. I think Richard has outlined the application well. I've been involved with the growth of this business, this local business in our community, and Martin and Ginger have gone on to hire many employees and keep this business in Huntsville. And as you see through the acquisition of the numerous properties over the year, they've expanded this business. They were having the powder coating occurring in a business in the west end of town. However, that gentleman couldn't keep up with the work that was involved, and then they ended up having to ship that to Toronto, get it done and ship it back. And so this is what sparked the application. When they came into the town to look at getting the use proposed, they were not aware of the changes to the CPP that had occurred and put this community mixed use zoning on it, which is more conducive to areas like Port Sydney, Utterson, or Hidden Valley. Upon looking at it, these have been employment lands for a number of years, and the expansion of each of those businesses has contributed to the benefit of Huntsville and to the benefit of the owners. As Richard had stated, the actual application that we're dealing with is in 329, and that's the building that's to the rear of the garage that you can see from Highway 11 southbound. And it's a very small building, and the development is occurring within there. Each of the buildings has a purpose on site, whether it's receiving and bending pipe or warehousing with trucking being shipped off, the end product being shipped off. Each of those buildings has a specific purpose, and they all work to the benefit of the company there. With the application, the owners did provide signage out there prior to submitting the application. There was no questions raised at that time. As Richard had stated, Tulloch was hired to do a functional servicing report to take a look at the issue. They've also engaged an architect to take a look to ensure that any change of use that is proposed for that building can be complied with, and those were all positive. I think when we look at the uses that were allowed in the community mixed use, it was more along the lines of banks and restaurants, and really wasn't conducive to what's occurring in that area. We do have Highway 11 just down the road, the interchange there, and it provides access to markets all over the place. The Fowler's does have their works yard just south of the lands, And as you're aware, the old Rona building is being used for storage in conjunction with the business as well. There's been numerous site plan applications still registered on title to each of the buildings, so those issues about buffering and protection have been addressed in there. It is a low water use, and that was the other thing. Some of the uses that were proposed in this CM were higher water uses, so these ones are low water uses, and they're low impact as far as there's not a lot of emissions and noise, etc. And with the rural designation there, the OP does allow for rural businesses, and I think sort of this also protects employment lands should, in the future, should they downsize or whatever, then there's other opportunities for large buildings to be used for employment type uses. And but that's not what we're pushing for, because the company just continues to move forward. The comments from the MTO, we are quite a distance away. I think we're actually outside the corridor area, because it was 395 meters from the interchange of Medill, and I think we're about 600 meters away. And the proposed building, or the work within the existing building, is more than 45 meters away from the Highway 11 southbound property line there. Again, this would actually help in seeing a decrease in traffic, because as I stated earlier, the parts are being trucked off site to have the powder coat done, and then trucked back to the site before they're sent out for sale. So I think that's another positive. MBRP has been a great business in this community, and we would respectfully ask Planning Committee to approve the application. I'd be glad to answer any questions should you have any. Josh and Haley are also here if there's something that I can't answer. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I'll go to the members of the public present that would like to speak to this application. Nobody's jumping up. Any members of the public online that would like to speak to the application, you will need to raise your electronic hand.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Council members, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. More of a comment rather than a question. I just want to say I'm absolutely supportive of this application. It shouldn't come as a surprise at all. In fact, what is really important from my perspective is this, as you said, John, in your presentation, an employer in our community who's been employing members of our community for a long time. They're great citizens in our community. And frankly, that they're coming forward with expansion plans during these challenging times is extraordinary. And so a couple of comments about the application itself that I quite liked hearing was that we tried to respond in a way where we were facilitating the proposal going forward, and that the designation allows for flexibility. And so that I really appreciate from both our staff perspective and also from the applicant's perspective. Again, I really am supportive, and thank you very much for bringing this forward.
I see no other hands, so I have a motion. Moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Amendment Application CPPA 08-2025 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precincts on the lands on the lots subject to the application from a community mixed use precinct to a community rural business employment precinct for the lands at 305 and 369 Old Ferguson Road, community and rural business employment with exception X precinct for the lands at 315, 325, and 335 Old Ferguson Road, with the exception to carry forward site-specific provisions for previous zoning exceptions, C3-0374 and C3-1550, except as they relate to outdoor storage, and a community and rural business employment with exception Y precinct for the lands at 329 Old Ferguson Road, with the exception to permit a powder coating spray line facility as an additional permitted industrial use on the lands, and define a powder coating spray line facility as a light industrial facility that includes application of powder coating to components and products. And further, that previous site-specific zoning provisions, C3-0374, C3-1434, and C3-1550 be removed from the lands. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries unanimously. All right. Lisa is going to come and speak to the PECA application.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you, the subject property for this application is located at 1288 North Mary Lake Road. The property is within the waterfront designation in the official plan and the waterfront back lot and flood zone precincts in the community planning permit bylaw, with natural constraints overlays 1 and 2 indicating wetlands, a cold water stream, and steep slopes. The property fronts onto and is accessed by North Mary Lake Road, which is a year-round maintained rural collector road. The purpose and effect of this application is to change the precinct on a portion of the lands from waterfront backlot to waterfront backlot with exception, and that's the area outlined in purple there. Recognize the existing farm use and related existing agricultural uses, including a petting farm, agricultural and outdoor education, and a farm store, and permit the following additional accessory uses: private functions such as weddings, receptions, family reunions, retirement parties, holiday gatherings, and similar type celebrations, and community events such as a farm and artisan market and the showcasing of artistic talent. The approval would also have the effect of limiting the additional permitted accessory uses by keeping the uses contained to the area on the lot as shown on the site plan, which is to become a schedule to the bylaw if approved, only permitting event tents to be erected from May 1st to October 31st, and limiting parking to the 57 regular spaces and 3 accessible spaces. So if I know how to zoom in, I will try to do that. So that's the parking area. And then this is, they've outlined where there are 57 spaces that meet the requirements of our CPP parking provisions. And then also, sorry, no new buildings are being proposed through this application other than the erection of temporary tent periodically to be taken down when not in use for special events. The site plan also indicates an area for portable temporary event toilets, which can be seen up here near the parking area. While the lot does include wetlands shown in green here and a cold water stream which connect to the Muskoka River, the property is quite large and already developed in an area sufficiently set back from those natural heritage features shown in black there. The proposal would permit additional uses contained within a portion of the existing developed area. The town's mapping also indicates areas of steep slopes. However, after conducting a site visit to the property, staff do not feel the slopes in the area constitute a concern with regard to this proposal. There is an existing barn on the property, which the applicants may wish to convert to a place of assembly in the future to be used in association with the proposed private functions and community events. This would require a change of use permit under the Ontario Building Code to ensure structural, septic, and safety requirements are met. Today's approval would allow the applicants to apply for the change of use permit through the building department in the future without requiring further planning approval. A letter of support signed by 35 neighbors was submitted with the application package, and the application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. The town's building department and the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Department noted the requirements that would come into effect if and when the owners do choose to convert the barn to a place of assembly. No objections were received. On the screen now, we just have a picture of the entry to the parking area, which did show as an area of steep slopes in the mapping, but as you can see, isn't really much of a concern there. And then, given the analysis of the town's policy and the proposal, the application appears to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement. As such, staff are recommending the application be approved, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. I'll go to the applicant or representative to make any comments. Welcome. Perfect.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Stone, all council and staff. My name is Debbie Vandenacker. I'm a senior planner with Planscape out of Bracebridge, 104 Kimberley Avenue, P1L 1Z8. I'd like to first thank staff for their help and support through this process. They've been really great to work with. That's not always the case, so this has been really good. I agree with the conclusions of the supportive staff report and note that the PECAs have included their neighbors in all of their future hopes for the property. And I think the 35 signatures demonstrates that they've got all of their neighbors' support actually for this. They seem excited about it as well. So I don't need to repeat anything that was said. I'm here in case you have any questions, and Henry Pecca is here as well in case he can help. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any members of the public that would like to speak to this application in person or online? I see no hands here.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
No hands online. Council members, comments or questions? No, this is fun.
We'll take it.
All right. Moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application, CPPA 37-2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on a portion of the subject lands from a waterfront backlot precinct to a waterfront backlot with exception precinct, to recognize an existing farm use, recognize existing agricultural related uses, including a petting farm, agricultural and outdoor education, and a farm store as existing on the date of bylaw passage, permit the following additional accessory uses: private functions such as weddings, receptions, family reunions, retirement parties, holiday gatherings, and similar type of celebrations. Community permits or community events such as a farm, an artisan market, and the showcasing of artistic talent, and restrict the above additional accessory uses to being permitted in areas, building and structures illustrated in attachment number 3 to report DEV 2025-37, only and subject to the following criteria. Outdoor event tents will only be permitted between May 1st and October 31st of each year, and parking for the accessory uses shall be limited to 57 regular spaces plus 3 accessible spaces, as illustrated in attachment number 2 to report DEV 2025-37. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that carries.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. We got a new player. Kelsey's coming up. Speak to the Yonge Street South application.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 60 Yonge Street South. The property is within the urban residential designation in the official plan and within the urban residential low precinct with natural constraint 2 overlay. The applicant proposes to construct two connected 8-unit 2-story buildings with a covered amenity area and an accessory building. The community planning permit bylaw amendment is required to change the precinct from urban residential low density to high density with an exception to permit these 2 buildings and an encroachment within the front yard for the attached decks only. So you can see here, these are the decks that slightly go into the front yard, abutting the road. It is worth noting the proposed buildings have more than 4 dwelling units in them. That's why they're considered multiple dwellings. Relief is also needed, as mentioned, for the attached decks. Obstructions such as attached decks may encroach 1.5 meters into a required front yard, provided it's no more than 1 meter into the lot line. In this instance, the attached decks are only 1.5 meters closer to the road and do not create any privacy or overlook issues. Looking at the official plan, residential intensification is encouraged throughout the settlement area, and policies provide various factors to be considered in relation to placing high density. These include achieving compatibility with the abutting land uses, maintaining low-profile buildings and design, and providing suitable buffering and vegetation between low-density residential. In this instance, the proposed buildings are 2 stories with a gabled roof, which reflect the character of the surrounding low-density, low-profile residential uses, and vegetation is to be retained around the perimeter of the property. Design criteria in the official plan also help to achieve appropriate neighborhood compatibility, ensure new residential will contribute to community well-being and compatibility. The criteria, as mentioned, encourages retention of vegetation and a high degree of landscaping and trails that connect to the new residential to the residential community. Within the official plan also asks for suitable and functional open space. In this case, we have a 139 square meter private amenity area provided in between the 2 buildings. So you could see in between the 2 buildings, and there's a covered area as well. This provides suitable functional open space for the site and for future residents. There's also a proposed pedestrian walkway that connects this development to Yonge Street. A 6-meter landscape buffer is also provided around the perimeter of the property to ensure privacy for surrounding residential land uses. Should the amendment be approved, the tree preservation and landscaping will be implemented through the community planning permit. Traffic letter was, and here's just an elevation of the buildings, what the proposed buildings will look like, and that's the accessory building there for storage. A traffic letter was prepared by Tatham Engineering to assess the road capacity and transportation impacts. The letter suggests that the additional traffic generated for the proposed development will not adversely affect the traffic along Yonge Street and will not really result in any traffic safety issues. The sight lines, as this is a hill, were also evaluated, as that was noted in the pre-consultation. And the letter concluded that the sight lines exceed the maximum requirements for stopping sight distances. Constraint mapping identifies steep slope areas. The steep slopes areas are present in the north. Well, they're sloping all over the property, but over 20% is within the northwest corner. So through the OP, they're expected to do a site inspection or provide a technical report to address these policies and to maintain vegetation on the slopes. The functional servicing report prepared by Tatham reviewed the steep slopes, erosion risks, grading, and stormwater management. To address the steep slopes, retaining walls and a maximum of 2-to-1 slope is proposed in the northwest corner along the development to ensure safe access, in addition to retaining vegetated buffers around the development area. The District of Muskoka reviewed the application and provided comments. Their comments included conditions for adequate infrastructure for water and sewer services through hydraulic modeling, which is a listed exception in the recommendation. Here's just an aerial view. The application was circulated internally in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The applicant distributed a community engagement letter to all dwellings within 120 meters prior to the formal circulation. And through our formal circulation, we received 4 letters of objection. The letters detailed concerns with the loss of open space, impacts to wildlife, the sightlines, blasting, reduction in privacy, and light spillage. In response to some of these comments, the property was in the previous bylaw zoned residential, and the lands have not been considered open space in a previous zoning bylaw and were under private ownership, have always been under private ownership. There was no identified deer wintering habitat, and the letter did review the sightlines. Any required blasting would have to comply with applicable legislation, and the vegetative buffers are to remain to around the property to ensure privacy. Lastly, a photometric plan is a requirement of the CPP and should be implemented through that process. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much for that. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments. Good morning. Yep.
Maeve Crown, MP Planning Inc., 44 King William Street, Unit A. Thank you very much for having me today, and good morning, Mayor Alcock, council members, Town of Huntsville staff, and community members who've come to join us today. My name is Maeve Crown, and we are the planning agents representing the property owner of 60 Yonge Street South. He is here today as well. Thank you kindly for allowing our firm to speak to this exciting proposal. And I will begin. So I had the pleasure and opportunity to attend the Town of Huntsville's Affordable Housing Needs open house that was held here in December. And there, Tim Welch Consulting carried out an initial findings presentation. What was identified was a significant need for affordable rentals, workforce housing, accessible housing for seniors, and more supportive housing, so that both for seniors and those just requiring accessible units. The owner of the subject lands firmly believes, oh, I added a little. You'll notice that 3 of these 4 boxes are checked off here. The owner of the subject lands firmly believes that senior community members deserve safe, clean, affordable housing in Huntsville, and the proposal is in alignment with the objectives of all relevant planning policies. You'll notice that more housing, diverse housing, and affordable housing is a major goal for the province and the federal government. It's important to highlight that the following has received direct funding and support from the District of Muskoka Housing's Initiative Program, or MAHIP. Kelsey has kindly provided all the details regarding what we are proposing, so I won't repeat that and move through. I do want to pause here just to note that the design and layout of the lot has been done intentionally so that the buildings are as far away from adjacent development. So nearing the east, that is a court that backs onto the property. The front of the property is Yonge Street, and then to the left or the north, we have a single housing development of a single residential lot. So what was done here was moving everything as far away from those items as possible, and of course, leaving a vegetative buffer that is double the width of what is required by the CPP. Moving through to community comments, as noted by Kelsey, we had done a previous initial round of letters to the community to get any comments of concern noted to us so that we could address these in our plans before submission. We heard both from email and phone calls with residents that there were a few key themes that needed to be addressed. First, we have lighting. As noted, the subject property owner will meet requirements to ensure that the property is dark sky friendly and in alignment with the Town of Huntsville's outdoor lighting bylaw. And as noted, a photometric drawing is currently being prepared. With regards to traffic, as noted, a full traffic assessment was prepared by Tatham Engineering. I am part of that morning traffic that heads down Yonge Street. I do know it can be busier during that time. What is important to note is, as this is senior housing, the renter demographic is not workforce in nature, and therefore will not likely require the same amount of traffic and trips during the morning busy hours. The results of the traffic assessment done showed that there would be roughly 6 trips during the AM peak hours and 7 during the PM. This was deemed minimal by Tatham. The nearby road network is anticipated to readily accommodate this additional volume with sufficient sightlines. You'll see we've left open space and not a buffer around the driveway to ensure proper view from entering or exiting the driveway. And also most or some of the renters may not require a vehicle. Noise and vibration was a major comment, and I will first note that the property owner and contractor who are here today state that they do not intend to blast whatsoever. With the plans in place, it is not required to achieve the proposed development, so they do not intend or anticipate any use of controlled explosives. This choice, of course, seeks to reduce noise pollution and impact to the surrounding community. For general noise of just people living on the property, should this be approved, there is that vegetative buffer which seeks to also suppress vehicle and human-created sound. When it comes to the green space, as noted, this property is not located within any designated open space or environmental protection precincts. It enjoys the same zoning as any of the lots within rural urban residential low do along that street, which permits residential development. The property owner will retain all of the existing vegetation to the best and furthest of the abilities while still keeping the parking requirements in place. To ensure that, again, not only is the buffer met, but doubled. This is just a photo to show that there is designated open space slightly to the east of the property, which is related to the subdivision. So that green area, I don't have a pointer, but where you see the yellow is rural urban residential low, and the green is open space that is retained and is not part of this proposal. Any municipal or district constraint mapping shows no constraints of concern with regards to the green space. Of course, we do have steep sloping, but that is being addressed through engineering, and you'll see in our site sketch there is a retaining wall in place. And the natural system, man-made system, and ecological linkages on the property have already been fragmented through the development of a subdivision you can see here, as well as the individual lots on Yonge Street. And finally, in terms of compatibility, that has been in question, is this right for the area? You'll find that less than 800 meters from the subject property on Walter Street, there is already district social housing for seniors. This building is 2 stories tall and consists of 36 bedrooms. This is much larger in scale than what is proposed, which is 16 units, 4 of those being accessible. So you'll find that this successfully operates in the residential area and does not create any, major noise or traffic. This is the location of the existing. So where you see the white star, that is the established housing, whereas the purple blue is what is proposed. So in summary, this boils down to a few key points. The town of Huntsville has identified a need for senior affordable housing. The cost of living is going up, and those especially on fixed income require options when it comes to housing and low rent. The subject lands are perfect candidates for infilling an urban area where services and access to town are readily available. Urban sprawl on the outside of town will require, major removal of trees, whereas this is an area that's heavily developed and should be utilized as such where services are available. The proposed is in alignment with all relevant planning policy. Like I said, there's a major push to create more housing, increase density. We do land in the high density, although that is strictly due to the cap on number of units in the building. Where we are in height and coverage, we are within the medium density range. All community comments are being addressed through the tools and principles we've put in place, and as noted, there is a high density precinct lot with similar use within 800 meters of the property. We'd be happy to answer any questions, and I'll note my principal, Marie Poirier, is also with us on Zoom, should you like to ask her anything specific.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'll go to members of the public that would like to speak to this application. All right, one at a time, if you can come down. If you could just sit back.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
And everyone that wants to speak, we'll need you to sign that little piece of paper with your name and address, if you would. You can do that. You can do that after, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay. Doug Lindsay, 14 Hart Court. I back on to the proposed building and structures that they're suggesting. My concern is the light pollution. There's no buffer that they're speaking of. That's the vegetative buffer. And that's a flashlight just shining on my house, mimicking where the parking lot, 13 proposed parking lots are directly facing my house. So that directly affects my quality of life. This is 364 days a year. It's 365, sorry, that I'm going to be looking at that. So that's a big concern to me. It's devaluation of my property. I'll never be able to sell my house with that situation. And where I'm standing there, that takes into account my property line, the addition of 20 feet to where the parking lot is proposed. So if you look at the site plan where it says parking lots 1 through 13, that directly goes into the residential area, and it affects all of our neighborhood. So I don't feel like this proposal takes into account like our style of life that we currently have and whatnot. It's going to be a lot of light pollution, be a lot of noise. There's no buffer between that parking lot and our houses. So we feel that this negatively impacts more citizens than it provides in terms of the active housing for seniors and whatnot. So we'd just like to, as a community, there's a lot of us here today, just to suggest that this be reconsidered, because it's, I know I bought the house in 2019. If I had known that there was going to be 2 apartment buildings on the lot, I wouldn't have bought it. That's outright. And we're already considering getting a real estate in to look at our current value of our house and what we could sell that for, given what's going to be happening.
All right. Thanks very much. If you could sign that paper with your name and address. Yeah. And if you could just state your name and address as well.
Good morning. I'm Eric Lindsay at 14 Hart Court.
Thanks.
I fail to see how maintaining vegetation is possible, even with the 6 meters allowed landscape buffer. You saw from the aerial that they provided, can't even see the ground because there's so much tree cover there. And so this proposed development wants to change that lot from 100% landscape space to under 50. And going off the official plan Schedule D, the natural constraints, they talk about slopes over 20% and that natural vegetation should be substantially retained on slopes, particularly areas of unstable slopes or potential erosion. And I fail to see in the site plan how natural vegetation and general drainage patterns will be retained there. We also have stormwater concerns because that area is at the top of the hill. So there is stormwater runoff into people's backyards. And that problem is going to get a lot worse if that turns into hard surface asphalt. And along with maintaining vegetation, there's going to be hundreds of trees to be removed in that area. So I'm curious as to how that will be compensated for, given the lack of open space in the proposed plan.
All right. Thank you very much.
Morning, Council. Thank you for your time.
Good morning.
16 Hart Court. I am also in opposition of the proposed plan for 60 Yonge Street. I've been at 16 Hart Court now for 6 years. It's my 6th year here, but I've been traveling up to the Muskokas now for 20 plus years, visiting family and friends, all the way from Sunridge down to Burkes Falls, et cetera, and around. And when we finally made the move from Markham, which expresses itself in its own cookie cutter homes and packed congestion, when we moved up here, like my neighbor Doug had also stipulated, we know that the land behind us, which is directly in front of the parking, which is, once again, the pictures of my house also being shone on by the flashlights, which is will be our headlights. If we know that it was privately owned, we just didn't expect it to have this. So if the owner had intended to build a house there, I would have been more than happy. More happy neighbors, I'm more than happy with that. The biggest concern that we have right now, and thank you for addressing the blasting issue, because that's a major concern, because when 52 Yonge Street was being built, they were blasting there. A lot of my friends and neighbors behind me had paintings falling off the walls, et cetera, so I'm glad that that was addressed. But the other concern is, once again, that the parking spaces, the buffer, et cetera, is directly behind my house. So you can actually look directly into my house and just by standing at the top of the hill, which hasn't been affected in any which way or form, which is the natural form of the land. Noise pollution, light pollution, all of it same. People coming in, driving with their cars. Now you've got a parking with vehicles that are up there, and in the event that somebody has a leak or something like that, the water seepage would go all the way down. That's also going to be addressed by one of my fellow neighbors. I wish I could have submitted this in time for you this morning, but obviously time restrictions. We also have signatures from all the residents, 90% of the residents on Yonge Street that I could find, and also over on Shaw, and I apologize, on Southdale, that are also concerned with the addition of this multi-complex building, which original notification we got was from going from low to medium. Now we're being told low to high in terms of capacity. I don't know, that was the original, that's what documentation that we have, it specifies medium. Now we're going, and we're gonna have to make capabilities or expect high density. So once again, I'm right behind this building of this supposed changing a bylaw which would allow this to be built. Has some serious concerns in terms of the way that I enjoy being in Huntsville after saving all my whatever to move up here, and having to look out and enjoy what I see now. If I don't know if any of you have ever been there to see that, to now see this, concerns on the value of my property, because eventually, if I was planning, which I wasn't until I saw this come across my front doorstep, I hadn't planned on moving. This is a real concern, and a lot of stress that's been already encountered by myself and my better half, which she couldn't be here today. So we have some serious concerns about this being built.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. McVitie.
Mr. Stone, how are you? Brent McVitie, 10 Hart Court. As my neighbors have said already, they've pretty much addressed all the concerns that I have as well. When they're building the other higher residency up top, I know that there's a study done on the water, natural water flow. I think it was Scott was, I think, involved in that one as well, where there has been significant water damage on both sides of my property from the water flow, and that's just from the top of the hill. Now, if we're gonna pave this whole thing or hard coat it, all that water is gonna run down between those houses again, right? It's just concerns that have been brought up before. I don't know how they were addressed at that point. But like my neighbors, I have concerns about the light coming into my backyard, how it's affecting more people than are going to be housed, because we're talking that water flows all the way down that hill where there already is an issue. There's water running through that ditch 365 days a year. As far as the buffer goes, I mean, that buffer's only there summertime, right? Once the winter comes, you've got light coming into all of our backyards. And the way that road's coming up, it's going to drive right into mine every time a car comes in that driveway. I guess that's all I can say, because everything else has been covered. I don't want to waste anybody else's time. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks very much. Come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I already signed the paper. My name is Joel, and I actually live on 50 Yonge Street. So I'm going to be directly affected by the proposed house or apartments that are going to be built there. So I took the time to write some stuff down here. So if you guys can just bear with me. Thank you so much. So is just expressing the strong opposition to the proposed residential project in our neighborhood. While I understand the need for affordable housing in our town, I believe this particular development, we would have detrimental impact in our neighborhood, in our community. First off, the size of the proposed development is simply just too large for our street. 16 units, that's a lot of traffic, a lot more traffic for our street. There is no sidewalk there. I have daughters that have to take the bus and they have to walk on a street that there's no sidewalk. First of all, it's an increase of population and the strain on our public services, leading towards traffic congestions, more noise, and an overburden of local amenities. Now, additionally, the construction would harm environmental and destroying natural habitats that can displace the local wildlife that's there. That I come from Niagara. I enjoy seeing the wildlife that shows up there time to time, the deer, or whatever else is in there. My kids enjoy that, and that's going to be gone. Now, the overwhelming majority of us don't mind having a house or a few homes constructed there. There's a sense of tranquility and nature that we all enjoy there, and that's going to be disturbed. Moreover, this project doesn't fit with the existing character of our neighborhood. Many of the new residents are likely to come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, which could lead to increased crime rates or social issues. Now, the development would alter the charming nature of our area, replacing beautiful green spaces and open areas with those apartments. I'm glad that the council member Monty here today said earlier, people come here to not live on top of each other. So I would hope that we can stay on that consensus and not allow this. Now, lastly, I'm concerned with the project, how it would impact all of our property values. And we're already paying more on taxes. Is that going to lower our taxes? We won't be able to sell our homes either way if this happens. Now, I'm not going to speak about the types of pollutions because my neighbors already mentioned what types of pollution they're going to be, whether if it's the lighting and noise or whatever else there is. And the blasting has already been accounted for. Again, it's all I need to say. This is 16 units is just too much for our neighborhood and too much on our financial burden that we would take as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Terry Serreris. I
Good
turn
morning.
around and live right beside my friend, Joe. And I've been there for the last 12 years. My mom's house used to be on 355 Town Line Street Road West. And when she passed away and everything else in that, the house got sold. But when it got sold in that, I remember that property from that place all the way on down towards the end of Yonge Street. The top of that hill that they're talking about got washed out a long time ago, right where they built all these new houses across the road from me that did all the blasting, that now I'm over in my part of the lot, fixing up potholes and that's actually created in my lawn. Who's taking care of it? I am. I don't see nobody up there right with a shovel, throwing some dirt, some topsoil in there or anything. I got a pothole up there that's big enough that I can turn around and sink a dump truck into and don't even think about saying goodbye to the guy that's in it. The manhole, the culverts up there and everything else, they built that up there now. I'm going to tell you something. They better get something through their head now because to tell you the honest truth, the manhole, the culverts up there are so badly plugged that actually I even looked at my friend Joe's culvert and he said, is there any way we can clean this out? I guess, no. I said, the town should be up here cleaning out the ditches and that since I've been there for 12 years and never touched it.
Well, so any future issues with the road or culverts, call your counselor and contact the town staff as well, and hopefully we can come and address it.
They did nothing.
Well,
that's the reason why I'm bringing this up, because before this other new place comes in or else some more pictures of my place gets falling off the wall, I don't want to see this.
Okay.
And I'm leaving it right there.
All right. Thanks very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to meet here today. My name's Elaine Hill. I'm here with my husband, Martin. We just bought 18 Hart Court in October of last year. I moved in October last year. One of our questions, of course, when we were looking at the house was the development of the property at the back, or the potential for that. We were given to understand that it was all rock, so they'd be too close to our houses to do any blasting. Now, I've heard this morning that they're not proposing to blast, but so I'm a bit interested to know how they're going to build from the ground up on rock, but whatever. I'm not an architect, I'm not an engineer. But my concern is that we don't have a basement. Our home is on a slab concrete. So that is a concern if there is blasting, etc., to the potential for damage around there. I was also surprised to hear that there was no, in one of the comments, there was no wildlife at the back, because there definitely is. Regularly we see like a family of deer coming through there. I'm sure they're all related one way or another. So, I know that there are foxes back there and all sorts of birds. We see the nests in the trees. So anyway, I just wanted to add to what my fellow neighbors had already said.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Sorry, sir. Anyone else present that would like to speak?
Hi, my name's
Welcome,
Joel
sir.
Hamilton.
Have a seat.
I reside at 12 Hart Court, and it's directly behind the proposed parking lot. I also agree with all my neighbors, the problems that they're gonna become of this. I actually came up to the area because a friend of mine was disabled and her father lives in that house. He's 96-year-old veteran. He bought that house to die in, and his wife died a couple years ago. He did that for the reason we're all stating. Basically, the animal life is what he loved, which nobody's mentioned. They come by between 6:30 and 7:30 every single night. The damage that would be done to him alone would be catastrophe, because he just loves that area. So I just want to say, I'm just agreeing with everyone, and that it needs to be addressed. Just for the fact that he is an old pet of ours, and he should be protected, and that's why he bought this spot to die there. And I don't want to see him lose his opportunity to enjoy the rest of his life there. And I like it too. I think it's a fantastic little spot. That's
All right.
all I'll have to say about that.
Wonderful. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right, I'll ask if there's anyone online, any of the public online that would like to speak to this application, raise your electronic hand. Oh, okay.
Hello, my name's Larry Grimes and I live at 19 Hart Court presently, which is in the same area. I found it interesting to say that the developer was not going to do any blasting to accommodate this, because there's a difference in height of probably 30, 40 feet from Young Street to where their driveway is going up to the top of the hill. So it looks like they're going to have a very steep driveway if they're not drilling and blasting, or wherever they're putting their building. They're going right to the top of the Part A and then going back down to their parking lot. So I'd like to put it on record that once they start development, there's not going to be any blasting, because that's what they said. And I don't agree. I don't think they can do it, but maybe they can do it, but all the trees will probably fall down. I don't know what their elevation is there, but they've got a little buffer zone of 20 feet from the back, which is to adjacent buildings, which are going to go right close to. So that's pretty incredible if they're not going to blast. And I would reiterate, there's a lot of deer. There's deer there every day, goes through there. Every day. I would say every day in the winter anyways. I don't know about the summer where they go, but there's a lot of wildlife there. So I always thought that Part A
I lived there since 1985. I was on Southdale first, and then I moved to Harcourt. I thought Part A was part of the transition of Plan M 585, was part of that was supposed to be Greenbelt and not developed. So maybe I'm wrong there. I guess it's private land for whoever owns the subdivision, I guess. I thought the town owned it, really. I thought they give it to the town after they agreed to the subdivision plan in 1987. So maybe I'm wrong there. Is that correct? I'm wrong? That's privately owned that property?
Kelsey,
All
you have an
so-
answer? One second.
Yes, it has been privately owned. It was never transferred to the town or intended to, I believe. Yeah.
So Part B, so that means Part B and C, you can also build another subdivision in there? Because that's also part of that subdivision.
Kelsey?
Thank you. There's one part that's already within open space precinct. I believe in Maeve's presentation, she showed that there's a precinct there that is open space, that is intended to be open space park, yeah.
So that one, I won't have to see another subdivision proposed in that area, Part B and C? That's what you're saying? You don't know?
Well, we're talking about this particular application here.
I realize that, but it's adjacent to 3 other pieces of park.
So I can note that Block B, which is the piece that would be accessible directly off of Southdale, and then there's a
And
little walkway in between off Harcourt. That is a town parcel, and it's designated green space. So.
All right.
Anyways,
Any other comments about the application before us?
the only other thing I could say is there is a steep slope, probably 10% slope going down Young Street. And the visibility, what I would say, is about 150 feet. And you're gonna have a lot of old people coming onto Young Street, and it's gonna be a lot more traffic because the town has permitted a lot of other buildings across the street to access it at that location, right on, close to the slope. So it's very congested. It's gonna be very congested there, and it's a lot more potential for accidents. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else present that would like to speak to this application? We'll wait on the applicant. You've already spoken, sir, sorry. Then I will go to anyone online that would like to speak to the application.
Chair Stone, I have one hand raised, so I'll bring them into the meeting.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Luba Heisinger, and I live at 52 Young Street South.
I
Can you hear me
you.
properly?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. Do you have your video on? Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. So yes, I live at 52 Young Street South, P1H1V1. To staff and members of the planning committee, my husband and I reside at 52 Young Street South, the property immediately to the north of the subject property. While we appreciate the need for additional rental housing in Huntsville, we do have concerns about the proposal we'd like the proponent to consider and address. Firstly, I understand that the proponent has had Tatum Engineering prepare a traffic brief in support of the chosen location for a driveway onto the property. However, the driveway is only 20 feet from our shared lot line and on a steep grade, both rising up to the building area from the street and rising from our property. Vegetation is noted to be retained within that 20 feet, but the trees on this property are 100% deciduous and tend to be thin and prone to falling due to the very shallow soil. Cars will therefore be driving right by our house with little to no noise or visual attenuation and at various hours of the day and night. To help with this and provide privacy for both parties, plantings and/or walls or fences should be required on the subject lands to act as an appropriate buffer. It should also be mentioned that many of the trees shown in the photos in the staff report are actually on our property and are not on the subject lands. Also, the location of the driveway is a large concern of ours. I believe that the driveway entrance would have to be located south of the hydro pole near our own driveway. This pushes the driveway entrance very close to the steep section of Yonge Street that curves onto Town Line Road. Speaking from personal experience, people fly around that corner and down the hill, and I worry about the potential for accidents and near misses. Second, a large proportion of the property is proposed to be hardscaped or covered in the building footprint, as all drainage from this lot that isn't captured or dispersed is heading right down the hill towards our house. We'd like to ensure that on-site stormwater management is used to stop that drainage from increasing onto our property. This would be beneficial for the proponent as well to avoid washouts and erosions on their driveway. Third, due to the height elevation of the property, privacy of surrounding residents will be impacted as many properties, including our own, have open yards that abut this subject property. Almost no one in that area has a fenced-in yard. This also speaks to the importance of visual buffering that should be implemented on site with conifer cover to provide year-round buffering where possible. This will also help keep light and noise trespass onto other properties and our own to a minimum. Lastly, and this is more of a comment to the town, this stretch of Yonge Street has been really intensified in the last few years by duplexes across the street, by our own home, and now by this proposed development. The proponent mentions that a pedestrian connection to Yonge Street is proposed. That's great, but once on the street, there is nowhere safe to walk, not even a gravel shoulder. The road is very narrow here because of the cliff, and with the blind corner, walking on the road is dangerous in all seasons. There's a paved shoulder that eventually turns into a sidewalk near Main Street, but nothing up here where the potentially higher density of development is proposed. There are also no streetlights on the stretch of Yonge Street until George Street. With all of the new development existing and proposed here, I think a streetlight would be greatly improve the pedestrian vehicle safety. I hope that if the amendment is approved today, staff will work with the proponent to address these reasonable requests. And I also hope that the town will consider a streetlight and perhaps a hidden driveway sign at the bend to increase safety. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. All right, I'll ask if there's anyone else online that would like to speak to this application.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. All right. I see no other hands here. I'm going to go to council members. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thank you to everybody for coming out. Obviously, it's a significant development. I want to share with you guys, especially, I know Brent very well. We were neighbors. I am a guy that used to live in your neighborhood, and it's almost like hopping in the DeLorean and going back in time because I was you guys. I rallied the troops. I had about 8 of us when the Brunel Road Management was severing off the land and doing the development. If you drive by right up on Town Line Road, backs onto all the houses on Shaw Crescent. So everything you're saying today was all the stuff we were saying back then, all the stuff we were worried about. So I want to tackle some of the issues, and they're all valid. They're all extremely valid, especially the last stuff there about the street light and the hidden driveway sign. Like, these things are all very, very important. I can tell you one thing about the loss in value. It didn't happen, and it won't. I had 20 years in real estate, and I sold my house shortly after that got severed and the buildings got built, and I got exactly what I was hoping to get. It didn't affect my value at all. And I was much closer to the buildings. Like, I look out my door and they're right there. There's no buffer. Those buildings had a bigger impact on the neighbors than these buildings are going to have on you guys. It actually, if you look out behind the 6 homes going along, they're right in their backyard, and they're 2 stories high, and they're looking right in their backyard. So I know that's a concern. You should be concerned because it's your biggest net worth investment is your home. It didn't have an impact on those guys, and it was much more intrusive. The issues I do have, the concerns I do have are 3 things. Drainage is definitely an issue in that neighborhood. I've told this story before, and if you've heard it, I apologize, but you guys may not have. My insurance went up when I was at 32 Shaw Crescent because of the inordinate amount of floods in that area. A lot of that is to do with improper drainage down below on Stebco, but there's no question that drainage is an issue, and I'd like to speak to Kelsey and the planner about if there's been something to do with it to address that. We don't want to add any burden to the people that live there already and are paying taxes and enjoying the land. And safety, I know the traffic study was done, but I do know that road well, coming out in that area of Young Street, was it determined that it is a safe spot? Having seniors, obviously not as big of an issue of having a bunch of families in there, but that would be a problem. And the other thing is the gentleman on Harcourt that talked about the headlights going into his home, could we consider a fence instead of natural vegetation? That would be something I'd like to consider, because I can imagine having 10, 15 cars looking in at you would be an issue. The thought of, okay, I thought it was going to be undeveloped because of the rock. I mean, Corey and I are both in real estate, or have been, and I've always told all my clients if I'm selling them my house that anything could happen there. Like, you know, especially now in a housing crisis with people living in tents, you're going to see applications come forward, and it might be a single family lot. The lots that affected my property, there were 6 single family lots, and now there's 16 units plus another 4 proposed. So it's unfortunate, but it's not the way it is. So don't sell your homes, don't move. I promise when it's all done, you're probably not going to be as impacted as you had thought. But I'd like to look at the drainage, safety, and the parking for the headlights. Just my thoughts.
Before I move on, Kelsey, can you speak to stormwater management and our restrictions and how we protect the neighboring properties?
Yes, so we did receive a functional servicing report, and which talked about how the stormwater management would happen on the property. The operations department does review and oversee those works in accordance with the town's development standards. It's not the planning department, so I could just speak second-handed about them, but they did show like a retention area below the grading that would be done in the parking lot that would connect drainage to Young Street. So all the catchment area just has to match pre to post. So anything that they can't produce any stormwater that goes onto anybody else's property. And the engineers said that they are able to accomplish that. And the detailed designs are usually the way it goes in the amendment. They prove that it can happen, and then in the CPP they do the functional and the detailed design to prove to the operations department that they're meeting the development standards and there's not any stormwater going on to other properties.
Thanks for that. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And thank you, everybody, for your comments. As Councillor Morrison said, they're all valid, and it's important to hear them. I do have a couple of comments and a question for sure. One, it is a changing area. There's no question about that, and I think Councillor Morrison alluded to that. You know, what your realtor said about this will never change. Well, you know, you're living in an area that is changing all the time. And that it is because it is in our urban area. So that's part of our OP, and so these things do happen. Having said that, you know, you mentioned drainage, and that was answered, so I won't go into that, but I do think it's really important that that be addressed so that already existing issues aren't exacerbated by this. One of the things that I want to comment on, one of the comments that was made about housing of this sort will increase crime rate, and I'm not quite sure how we get to that, because really it's meant for seniors housing, and you know, none of us get out of here alive. You know, we're all going in that direction. I too will be going in that direction, and trust me, I've got a pretty good criminal record. So I as in I don't have one, right? And so I don't think yet, Councillor Morrison points out, that's true. But I understand that sometimes what is not familiar at the moment, it you know, as I said, it's a constantly changing neighborhood. The one issue that really struck me, though, and I'm not sure that this is on the applicant or the town, we're all familiar with that stretch of road. And if we're proposing to have seniors living there, along with families, as you said, safety is a big one. We do not have sidewalks there. And I love the comments that were made by the last speaker, who said maybe it's time to consider street light in that area. It's dark, and I do absolutely respect the comments about dark sky friendly. That's been an issue for around this table for a very long time, and we would absolutely ensure that the light that you're talking about doesn't happen. And whether that's a fence rather than the natural boundary or whatever. But I am concerned that if we approve this and we're not addressing the situation of seniors, we want them to walk. That's why one reason why this is a good location, that it is walkable. But it's not walkable if we don't make it walkable. So I'm curious about what our thinking is from a planning perspective, how we will be addressing that particular issue.
I'll go to Kelsey. I don't know you have an answer.
Thank you for the question. So in some situations where like it's increased height or increased density, we can ask for a community benefit. And in some instances, like where there's an identified missing link, or we've identified that the sidewalk would be a community benefit, that's what we ask for. In this instance, they aren't exceeding the density cap in terms of numbers or the height. So it's hard we can't really ask for that of the applicant, but that's one of the things that I'm not sure of, if this was an identified missing link on our sidewalk master plan. But maybe somebody on their computer aside from me can see if that is. Thanks.
Mayor Alcock?
Very quickly, thank you for that, because that was my follow-up, which is this a missing link? It seems like it probably is, and something that we probably need to address.
I'm going to go to Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Our sidewalk master plan that was completed a few years ago shows that it was intended at the time to have a sidewalk to George Street, down Yonge Street. But there has been significant development since then with the semi on the other side of the road. So that's something we can flag with our operations team.
And I would suggest that we need to flag that to our operations team if this goes forward. So thank you.
Councillor Cloutier first, and then Councillor Clark.
Through you, Chair. I understand everybody's concerns here, and rightly so. One, I'd like to ask the developer, if you're not blasting, what method of construction are you going to use? You have to put in sewer, water.
You'll need to come down, sir. So
just that hammer drills are just as noisy and irritating as blasting.
I've designed a building system that doesn't require foundations or basements. It literally floats on 10 to 20 inches of foam. So there is no blasting required anywhere for any of our buildings and structures.
What about your installation of your services?
They go underneath the building, but we don't have to dig that far. And we can add material to that in order to cover those services.
But your services,
they fit under the building, yes.
So
they're going down through 10 inches of foam. They're going down into the ground and then down to your main services.
But that's what I mean. Your main services are at the sidewalk. So you got to get from your building to your
And we have
sidewalk.
the depth
Also,
for
you
that as
have
far
to,
as we know.
also you have to take out your elevation on your entranceway.
And that's all been surveyed for us. It's all been engineered for us. And they tell us that it's absolutely possible to do.
Okay, thank you.
Can I address one more thing on this issue that everybody has with the drainage on that? We're using a system of granulated rubber that will actually allow that entire surface to drain probably better than what it does now. Evenly. It's not going to run off in any specific areas. It's not going to be directed down sides, edges, or to anybody's properties. It is literally going to go down through that same pile of rock that it has gone through for hundreds of years. It will not disturb anything. It's been specifically engineered for that purpose. The problem everybody has with this light, we have a berm wall that's right there with our parking lot lighting that sits about 24 inches high, and it's all done with motion sensors. So I don't see where people think that 16 senior citizens, these apartments are specifically designed for handicapped people, specifically. They're not just accessible. They are specifically designed for handicapped seniors. They're not designed for 5 people to live in those places. They're designed for one person with serious mobility needs. They're not an average apartment by any stretch of the imagination, which is what everybody here seems to miss. And they're so worried about not in my backyard and their own inconvenience that they don't even bother to look for any of those things.
All right, thank you
It's
very
just
much.
immediately, not in my backyard.
Thank you. All right, Counselor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. A lot of my questions and comments have been addressed, but thanks, Councillor Cloutier, for asking about the servicing. I still have a bit of questions about that because I mean, we all know, you know, that servicing needs to be quite a ways under the ground. So, but we seem to have got an answer to that. I would definitely like to see fencing in the area of the yards that are on Hart Court where the parking lot area is. We need to do that to help address the issue with car lights. And I'd like to see that a part of this application 100%. And it'll help with the buffers in the backyards. That's something we've asked other applicants to do on other applications here before. So that's not something that would be outside of the norm. And I would agree with Mayor Alcock's comments about the sidewalks and possible streetlights. We definitely need to, I'd like to see OPS provide us with a report to council and how we could, how that might fit into our capital management plan. I don't know if it's been addressed, but I'd like to see that addressed here. At least council could review it and we could see what we can do about it for the, you know, not, we've already addressed our 2-year budget, but we need to put it forward in a plan moving forward.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you, thank you for the report today, Kelsey, going back to your initial report. And I do want to say that I do appreciate the comments that have come forward. And you know, it's very, I can tell the passion, I can see the passion, I can hear it. But I do want to applaud the young lady that was speaking earlier, Ms. Huizinga, who spoke. She had concerns, but she also gave us some options, and she's been thinking about it. She actually gave us some alternatives to how we can make this work within the restrictions that are being placed. So I really appreciate that, and I thank her for her comments. A lot of the questions and concerns that I have also have been addressed through council at this point. But Kelsey, there was one thing that the District of Muskoka brought forward, saying that the applicant would have to the conditions of water and sewage, and it's a hydraulic measure that has to be implemented. I don't know what that is. Can you explain what that is to me, please?
Kelsey?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so hydraulic modeling is a requirement that the district has for a lot of these high, medium residential. It just means that there's sufficient flows that are going to allow for the water servicing and sewage to drain from the site and connect with the adequate amount. So they like put in, basically it's a model they have, and they put in the number of units that's going to be on the site, and they just make sure that the systems for the sewer and water are adequate for that area. And it's a standard requirement for a lot of these high density and medium density sites, as I mentioned. So we usually add it in as, like, instead of having a holding provision like we did under the old zoning bylaw, we add it into the site specific exception. So to ensure that it happens before we issue a community planning permit.
Thank you. And if I may just to follow up, so the wastewater as well, that's part of it as well. So,
Yeah.
But it said that the applicant or that the developer is actually the person that's responsible for the wastewater portion of it?
Yeah, so it's the district has an engineer that does it, and then the fee, I believe, is the applicant. Yeah, so they do it collaboratively through a district, like, contractor, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Stone. Yes, most of this has been addressed. I do like the concept of, and again, they keep reiterating the people building. It is for seniors. And we do have an affordable housing crisis. And what it does open up is hopefully, yes, seniors could come into town and then they sell their properties that they're at. So it creates that open market. I know the one gentleman made the comment that Councillor Cloutier said we don't live on top of each other, but that was more in regards to our rural area. And as Mayor Alcock said, this is an urban area. So there is a different concept there. My main concern, I love the community engagement. I love what Ms. Heisinger's had to say and came with options, the suggestions and some options. I love that people are engaged in that way. Traffic. I know there's the Tatham study. I know that we did our own study recently with operations. I haven't seen the full detailed, but I'd like to know what sort of our own look at that traffic study from operations has to say about Yonge Street. The only reason I bring it up is, to your point, growing up here, and I'm going to get in my DeLorean, Scott, and drive back to the time where I would come in from Utterson and go to high school. And of course, we didn't want to hit Main Street. You'd take Yonge Street and you'd cut off on Joanna, or you'd go a little further and cut off Town Line and skip past everything to get to the high school. So I know that people tend to use that as a flow mechanism. So is there a way, if that does start to happen, I wouldn't want to see it impact seniors that are out walking. Do we look at three-way stops in some of those areas? Do we look at slowing traffic through that area as options to put forward, because it has become a bit of a thoroughfare, especially during school times. And I know for people coming from my outside area, it is a bit of a flow to get to the Summit Center, and you can avoid downtown going that way. We learned all the back streets as I was kids, so we wouldn't have to, and avoid town. So that would be my recommendation with the traffic study, is to take a look at our own town study, see what it says, and maybe look at some traffic flow suggestions.
Kelsey, have we talked to the proponent about the headlights affecting the houses up on, was it Harcourt Street? Or have we talked about a fence to prevent that from happening?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As Mr. Jensen noted, I believe on their site plan, and I think they had shown an area to address those comments from the public, the neighbors. But I think there could also be specific provisions to address that if you wish to. Yeah, it could be conifers, fencing, but yeah, maybe if we had time to just quickly look at that, and if you wanted that to be within the exception, we could have that time to do so.
I think that would be appropriate. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Good. All right. Welcome back, everyone. All right. We will have an amendment to the motion, but I'm going to read the original motion first. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application, CPPA 05-2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to change the precinct on the lands from an urban residential low-density precinct to an urban residential high-density with exception precinct to permit a 16-unit multiple dwelling development consisting of 2 connected 8-unit 2-story buildings with a covered amenity area and an accessory building, to permit a 2-meter encroachment into the front yard setback for attached decks only, and to require the hydraulic modeling of both water and sewer services be completed and any required improvements or modifications be implemented to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka prior to the issuance of a community planning permit. And that is the original motion. And so there's a proposed amendment here, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that the following be added after item 3. Require that a landscaping plan be submitted to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville addressing landscaping, landscaping features, and/or fencing to address impacts from headlights prior to the issuance of a community planning permit. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Morrison.
Just to make sure, and I know Kelsey wrote it that way because she knows that it'll be dealt with in a certain way, but it's to your satisfaction, right? You need to know for sure that it will affect the headlights, because I wouldn't want to see just some shrubs and have the headlights still be an impact. So I just want to be sure that we think we can accomplish that and that it is a real condition of the development.
Kelsey?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it's clear that that is the intent of this provision, is to ensure that the headlights will be, impacts will be mitigated. So the town won't approve a plan unless we're satisfied that we know that it will do so. Yeah.
Any other comments on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment? And that carries. So now I will call the main motion as amended. Councillor Morrison.
Sorry, you're going to get sick of hearing from me. The one thing that seems just a bit outstanding to me is Councillor Cloutier's questions about the blasting and the blasting in general. And I'm sorry to the developer that stepped up. I didn't take a lot of solace in your way of addressing it. I've never heard of what you're discussing. I don't know for sure that it's going to be addressed. And I probably shouldn't go here, but I'm going to go here. The way we work in this town is we work as partners and we care about the neighbors. And I'm sorry, but your approach to not only Councillor Cloutier, which was fairly rude, and minimizing the concerns of the neighbors was inappropriate at best and irresponsible. If you're going to have a long road ahead with this development, I suggest, first of all, let your planner speak more. But these people have lived in this community for years. It's their homes. It's where they raise their kids. Their concerns do matter, and you minimize them. And I wouldn't suggest doing that in the future. You're done speaking. So I do want this development to go forward. I want these units more than you can imagine. But we are partners here, so I just suggest going forward, you try to be a partner. That's all.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to call the question on the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. All right. Thank you. We're going to be moving on to our next application, and Madeline's going to speak to the Main Street West application. Whenever you're ready, Madeline.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 215 Main Street West. The lot is designated mixed use along the intensification corridor. Oops. There we go. Within Huntsville's urban settlement area and in the official plan, and is under the urban mixed use with the natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. The applicant is proposing a courier service to be established within one of the multi-unit commercial buildings on the property. To facilitate this, an application was submitted for a community planning permit bylaw amendment to change the precinct on the lot from an urban mixed-use precinct to an urban mixed-use with exception precinct. And the exception has been proposed to add a transportation services and warehouse uses as additional permitted discretionary uses on the property, and require that a traffic impact brief be completed to the satisfaction of the town and district of Muskoka and implemented through a Class 2 community planning permit. Some of the existing non-conforming uses on the property include a contractor's establishment, educational facility, personal service establishment, heavy equipment services, motor vehicle washing establishment, service station, and body shop. In this instance, the applicant wishes to acquire a new commercial tenant to occupy one of the commercial units in Building A, which is the building on the left side of the screen, and as previously shown on the site plan drawing. In the community planning permit bylaw, this use would be considered a transportation service and warehouse use. Therefore, they are being added as additional discretionary uses on the property. Section 2.2 of the community planning permit bylaw discusses discretionary uses and permits them subject to applicable criteria and being authorized through a Class 2 community planning permit application. So in this instance, the uses are being proposed as discretionary to ensure that the applicant can satisfy the requirement to do a traffic brief as requested by the district. The mixed-use designation recognizes existing and future development opportunities along road corridors that are a mix of both residential and commercial uses or are intended to accommodate a mix of such uses. Permitted uses within the mixed-use designation include but are not limited to medium and high density residential uses, commercial, retail and service uses, live-work uses, professional offices, distribution centers, and highway commercial type uses. The design of the mixed-use designation is intended to contribute to the well-being and cohesiveness of the community, be compact in nature, and be designed to complement the character of the surrounding area, and reduce any adverse impacts between residential and commercial uses. So this could be noise, odor, and visual impacts, but obviously not limited to any of those. In this instance, the applicants have described the proposed new use as involving warehousing and staging of merchandise, receiving and shipping of packages, loading multiple courier vehicles, altogether with associated general offices and other related uses in connection with the tenant's business. Additionally, with regard to mitigating impacts, existing vegetation along the exterior property line is being retained to assist in screening and mitigating visual impacts to the residential uses to the west. Further, the property is along the intensification corridor, allowing for a diverse and mix of land uses. And in this instance, no new development is being proposed on the property. The proposed amendment will allow the uses not currently permitted on the lands to exist. With respect to natural constraints, a deer wintering yard have been identified on the property. Since the property has already been developed and no additional development is proposed at this time, adverse impacts to deer habitat are minimized. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. District staff noted that they would not be opposed to the approval of the application, provided that a traffic impact brief be submitted and that all roadway access improvements are implemented to their satisfaction. Their comments were included in the report package. Through staff's review and analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and as such, staff are recommending approval. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. You call on the applicant or the applicant's representative. Mr. Huizinga.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Are we still in the morning? I think we are. Members of committee, thank you for having us today. Graham Huizinga, Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 1W9. I'm here on behalf of my client, Mike Harrower, who's going to say a few words after I speak here. Firstly, I'd like to thank Madeline and staff for getting this on the application or on the agenda for today. It was kind of a rush job. I always tell my junior planners there's no such thing as a planning emergency, but then this kind of qualified. So I'll go into detail about why that is. So Mr. Harrower and his company, Harrower Properties Incorporated, fairly recently acquired the subject lands. As Madeline mentioned, there's a number of uses within the property, and it's a very fluid property. It's been used for a whole number of things over the years. It's been owned by the MTO. I believe it was owned by the town for a brief spell. So there's been a wide variety of tenants in this property. Mr. Harrower has engaged with a specific proposed tenant for the property. As Madeline mentioned, it's going to be a package delivery, kind of a last mile delivery service, which I think is extremely important for this area. I don't think online shopping is going away. I think that's definitely something that will benefit the community. And in submitting building permit applications for internal renovations to this building to accommodate the use that this company is going to require, it was flagged by building and planning that the uses that were contemplated here were actually not permitted in the zone or in the precinct. And that partially goes back to a very similar thing to what my colleague Mr. Gallagher was speaking to about the MBRP property, which is that when the comprehensive zoning bylaw was removed and updated by the community planning permit bylaw, many of the precincts didn't quite one-to-one line up with the zones that were previously in place. So this property as well was also a highway commercial C3 zone previously. And that actually had the effect of rendering several of the uses on the property legal non-conforming because they existed as of the date of the passing of the bylaw, but they're now no longer permitted uses. And so this proposed use didn't quite fall into any of the categories in either one of those situations, but it was deemed necessary to approach the committee to amend the precinct to allow for these permitted uses that you see in the report before you today, to accommodate this very specific use for the property. So that's kind of the background of how we got here. This all came about very quickly, like within the last 3-4 weeks. So it was a bit of a rush job to get it onto the agenda. We had initially engaged with staff on perhaps looking into adding additional permitted uses that would not be immediately necessary to accommodate this company, but just to provide some flexibility for the future use of the property, as well as formalizing or legalizing, again, some of the uses that are now legal non-conforming on the property by virtue of the changeover from the zoning bylaw to the comprehensive, or to the community planning permit system. But through discussion with staff, that was determined that we didn't really have a lot of time to address the policy considerations, planning considerations of those additional permitted uses. So we whittled the application back to just what you see before you today, which is very specifically to permit these this one proposed tenant on the property. So I'd like to speak briefly about the condition or the suggested condition that the District of Muskoka had suggested in their comments, which is to supply a traffic impact study or a traffic impact brief for the subject lands. I know I'd spoken with staff about this, and this was something that staff had decided to accommodate by way of the discretionary use that you see in the recommendation for approval today. However, I think there's issues with approving the discretionary use and then having to come back to the town with a traffic brief and a Class 2 planning permit application. That basically means that the situation we were hoping to rectify with today's application, which is to legalize this permitted use so that this use can get into this property and start operating with permits, would not occur until we could get that traffic brief prepared and submitted to the town and the district's satisfaction. Now, we've supplied the district with some comments on traffic use on this property, and it's interesting to note that this use that we're proposing here is actually replacing 6 previous uses on the property, which included a whole range of things: contractors, establishments, an exercise studio that, according to the property owner, would regularly attract 20 plus persons and vehicles for classes at different times, as well as other commercial enterprises that had traffic coming and going throughout the day. So the district requested some additional clarification on how this new use would operate. And basically what we've been told by the intended tenant here, the Intellicom is the name of the company, is that this use would basically be 6 cars, private automobiles, the same way Canada Post delivers in private automobiles, being loaded up 3 times a day with packages and then going out on various routes. And the only other real traffic that would be generated by this use would be a box truck or perhaps an 18-wheeler, depending on the volume of packages being delivered, that would be accommodated entirely on site. That truck would be unloaded into the property or into the vehicles, and then those vehicles would go on their way. And that would happen no more than 3 times a day. So all that to say, given the nature of Main Street West in this area, we've got a middle turn lane, we've got great sight lines and access into the property. There's 2 existing wide accesses into the property that can accommodate heavy vehicle traffic as well as the smaller traffic, access in and access out. And the fact that it seems like we're actually reducing the traffic volume. I would request that committee consider an alternate motion that just permits the uses as permitted uses, not discretionary uses. Now, to alleviate the concerns of the district, we are actually intending to come back with an additional application. As I mentioned previously, we whittled down this application to just the 2 uses that you see before you today. But Mr. Harrower is interested in perhaps expanding the usability of the property and legalizing those other uses. So we will be back before this committee with another amendment application in future, and we'd be happy to conduct a traffic brief at that time. And I think that would actually be more beneficial than conducting it now, because the traffic brief at that time could actually observe the real world impacts of this function of this site with the Intellicom use actively occurring. So we're definitely aware of the concerns of the district. We're not dismissive of them, but I think that addressing that at a later time is probably more appropriate and will allow the immediate need here to be addressed. So I know that's a very long-winded way to ask for an alternate motion, but that's what I'm asking for today. And I believe Richard has perhaps proposed or prepared an alternate motion for us. And I'm happy to answer any questions from a planning perspective. And I believe Mr. Harrower just wanted to chime in with some details on the property and his use for the property. So thank you for your time today.
Just before you go, Councillor Cloutier has a question.
Thank you. Through the thing, with the cars coming out, no problem. Like you said, it is less traffic. I didn't see anywhere in there where you're covering yourself for 24-hour usage. Just in case we run into problems in the future, and somebody complaining, you know, that 3 o'clock in the morning, that's maybe something you should look at now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Harrower. I don't know if the use. It will be a 24-hour use. Yeah. Maybe through you to staff, is that something we could address through zoning, or is that a bylaw thing?
Madeline or Director Maxwell?
Just to confirm, so it would be a question of noise? Is that any operations would have to meet the parameters of our noise bylaw. So if there were complaints, we would enforce.
All right, thank you very much. And Mr. Harrower, you wanted to speak briefly?
Well, you must know me. Yeah. Mike Harrower, Harrower Properties, 1 Crescent Road, Huntsville. Chairman Stone, Your Worship, the Mayor, councillors, thank you for today. And thank you, Kirsten and your staff, for helping in this planning emergency. I must admit, I find myself a little bit embarrassed to be here, because I think we're in the throes of buying this property when the CPP was all happening. And frankly, we just missed it. We just assumed that the zoning that was in place when we bought it was carrying on, and we missed it. I'm in good company because apparently Ginger and Martin did too. I just want to give you a little context and also to let you know where we're going with this property. I think you know that one of the things our company's been successful in doing is reimagining properties. 1 Crescent is a good example. It was a defunct, empty automotive plant with no traffic on Crescent Road past the lumber store. It's now a vibrant place of employment. 2 very large food and beverage producers, Muskoka Roastery and Muskoka Gourmet, as well as a food cooperative and a state-of-the-art co-working facility. So we have a bit of a track record being able to reimagine these properties, and we're in the beginning of doing that with this property. In the package, I don't know if it was in your package, there's a rendering of what this building will hopefully ultimately look like. We're talking about, you know, $1 million plus overall program on this property. It's a good building. I mean, they built them well back then. But it needs a lot of updating, and we have a full plan to do that. Are exciting to do it. And we're basically going down that road when we got this wake-up call. We were well into our agreements with this company. It's a Canadian company. As Graham said, it's kind of the last mile of Shopify or Amazon getting the packages out. So we're excited that they're coming, and I think staff has been very helpful. I think they're supportive of the change of use. Graham explained it's a two-phase project. We're just here now to just trying to get this use in place because there's a timeline associated with it. We're going to come back after consultations with staff and say, okay, these are the uses that have been happening on the property since the ministry built it, since you guys ran it. We're compiling a list of past uses. It's going to be easier to compile a list of what hasn't been in that building. And the built form of the property is such that it doesn't make sense for it to be anything else than a sort of a light industrial operation with ancillary offices and what have you. So we're going to come back and have a fulsome discussion about it. This thing about traffic literally caught me by surprise. I mean, there will be 6 vehicles 3 times a day, plus 1 tractor trailer coming in at night. Good point about the nighttime, but I can assure you we probably make more noise snow clearing at night than these guys will bringing a load in. Katie Wilmhurst exercise studio alone was 20 people in the morning. We replaced 3 contractors, a warehouse, an exercise facility, a stair manufacturer. I mean, we're literally dropping the traffic on the site. We're not increasing the traffic. So I think probably it was an abundance of caution from the district. I don't think it's warranted. But we will be back. And I think the other thing you probably know about Harrower Properties is you don't see much of us. I don't think we've ever even asked for a minor variance, to be honest. So thank you for your attention.
Perfect. Brief enough. I'm going to go to members of the public that would like to speak to this application, either present or online.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Council members, Councillor, what's your name? Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald.
Your 3 jobs are catching up with you, Chair Stone. Thanks, Mike, and I appreciate your comments regarding the traffic and a fulsome study when we realize the future use to be included in the traffic study makes a whole bunch of sense to me. Richard, do you have something prepared, or is it, yeah, okay. Maybe we could see that. I would like to put that on the floor. That's a first move.
All right, before we do that, I'm going to continue with questions. Councillor Clark?
Thanks, Chair Stone. And I just wanted to say briefly, Mr. Harrower has an excellent track record with the town of Huntsville, and I'm looking forward to the changes that you're going to make to the property. I fully support your application, and I would support the removal of the traffic brief as well. So I'd like to see that motion.
Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Chair Stone. I would certainly echo what Councillor Clark has said, and I've been in this town for over almost 30 years now, and my husband opened a clinic in the West End, and I just love how the West End has changed, and I think Mr. Harrower has been a big part of that as well. So I applaud what's going on now, and I would also say that I don't think we need the traffic study at this point either, so I would be in favor of that motion.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Stone. Ditto and ditto and ditto.
Just wasting time. Main motion? Thank you. All right, I'm going to read the main motion, or the original motion first. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 09-2025 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to amend the precinct on the lot from an urban mixed-use precinct to an urban mixed-use with exception precinct to add transportation services and warehouse uses as additional permitted discretionary uses on the property, and require that a traffic impact brief be completed to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville and District of Muskoka and implemented through a Class 2 community planning permit. That is the original motion. We have an amendment. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the following word discretionary be deleted in item 1, and further that item 2 be deleted. Comments or questions on the amendment? All in favor? And that carries. And now I will call for the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. All right. I'm not hangry yet. All right. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above what? There's one more? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Madeline.
That's
One
okay.
more, go ahead.
Thank you. So thank you through you, Mr. Chair. The subject property is located at 234 Main Street West. The lot is designated industrial along the intensification corridor within Huntsville's urban settlement area in the official plan and is under the urban business employment with site-specific exception 0030 and has a natural constraints 2 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. Oops, sorry, there's the aerial imagery. An application was submitted for a community planning permit bylaw amendment to amend the precinct on the lot from an urban mixed-use precinct with existing site-specific exception 0030 to an urban mixed-use precinct with amended exception 0030 to permit a maximum of 8 dwelling units on the property with no more than 2 dwelling units being on the ground floor and carry forward previous site-specific provisions, including a 0-meter landscape buffer along the parking area abutting the southerly side lot line, and a reduction in the northerly interior side yard setback to 4.8 meters, and both of those are for the 2-story building only. And the 2-story building is this one right here. As detailed in the report, the property has undergone a number of amendments to facilitate various versions of the requested development. Most recently, in May 2024, Planning Council approved a bylaw amendment which deleted previous zoning exception 0336 and replaced it with site-specific exception 0030. This permitted a mixed-use building consisting of commercial space, 1 ground floor dwelling unit, and 3 second-story dwelling units. The exception also removed the requirement for a landscape buffer along the parking area and reduced the north interior side yard setback. A Class 1 community planning permit was later issued in November 2024 to permit the now existing 247 square meter mixed-use building and recognize that the existing restaurant building is to be demolished prior to receiving final occupancy from the building department. In June 2024, Planning Council approved housekeeping amendment number 2 to the community planning permit bylaw. And amongst other items, this housekeeping amendment added a note within the employment precinct's accessory uses table to permit 1 accessory dwelling unit per 167 square meters of lot area along properties within the intensification corridor. In this instance, the subject property is along the intensification corridor, and due to the lot area, a maximum of 8 dwelling units would be permitted. The current site-specific exception limits the number of dwelling units to 4 and specifically permits only 1 unit on the ground floor. The applicant has decided to reduce the size of the ground floor commercial space, and by doing so is proposing a second dwelling unit on the ground floor for a total of 5 units in the building, So an increase in 1 unit from what was previously permitted. The additional ground floor unit is intended to be an accessible unit and will be oriented towards the rear of the property. The applicant wants to ensure flexibility for future development and allow for the maximum density on the property. The 2 ground floor units will maintain the commercial use of the property as they are situated towards the rear of the building and would require that the remaining dwelling units, if ever proposed, would be located on the 2nd story of a structure. Site-specific exception 0030 will continue to include the reduction for the landscape buffer and north interior side yard setback for the existing building. The subject lands are located on Main Street West in proximity to Highway 11, allowing for the maximum visibility and accessibility for the traveling public. Residential uses are not discussed within the business employment section of the official plan, although dwelling units would be accessory to the primary commercial use on the property and would not be limiting the commercial use in any way. The commercial use noted is an office space and is also compatible with the residential uses and will incur minimal operating impacts. Intensification and residential intensification within the Huntsville urban settlement area will be focused in the urban residential, mixed use, and commercial designations within the built-up area and along the intensification corridor, and encourages development to be compact, appropriately serviced, and diverse. Further natural constraint mapping identifies deer wintering yard on the subject lands. However, since development has already occurred within a cleared area, adverse impacts are minimized. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. District of Muskoka staff noted that they would not be opposed to the approval of the application, provided that their applicant provides written confirmation to the district regarding sizing of the existing service and water meter, and this is in order to determine if a new connection permit would be required. Further, this will be implemented through a community planning permit should the amendment be approved, and their comments were included in the report package. Through staff's review and analysis, the application meets the intent of the official plan and would be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and staff are recommending that it be approved. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant's representative.
Thank you. John P. Gallagher here on behalf of Walter Grace. I think Madeline has explained the application quite well. While Walter got building this, he found there was a need for accessible units, and he rethought his site over there, which is under construction. And given the fact that the previous zoning was site-specific in the urban business employment with the exception actually limited to 4 units. After that, staff had prepared a housekeeping bylaw to deal with the amount of accessory units in the UBE zone. And unfortunately, given the fact that Walters was tied down, he's had to come back and apply for another zoning amendment or a CPP amendment on the plan, and also have to come through again with the secondary CPP once he has it done. The existing restaurant at the front will be removed prior to occupancy. I think Walter's done a great job of improving the look in the West End. It's another item in this area that's seeing some other projects that I think we can all agree are positive. I don't want to take too much time. I just did want to sort of mention about that resolution, that it was the UBE, not the UM in the resolution. I'd be glad to answer any
All right,
questions.
Madeline, did you want to speak to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, please. The resolution does say urban mixed use. However, John is correct. It should say urban business employment.
Should have picked that up sooner, but I just picked it up while it was sitting there.
All right, we will fix that.
Thank you.
I'll go to members of the public that would like to speak to the application, either present or online.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
All right, thank you. Council members, comments or questions? Mayor Alcock, again.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I gave you some chocolate. Just saying. Clearly, it didn't work. I won't be long. I just once again, it's another one of those applications I'm so happy to support. Walter has done so much for the West End and being part of the change, and it's really been a tremendous. It's been great for the West End. So, thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I heard that sigh. It's okay. Through you to just a question about the restaurant. So the restaurant's being taken down, and it.
Yeah, with the new location out by the OPP station, Walter has seen some increase, less operating costs and more revenue coming into that area. And so there will still be 800 square foot office on the ground floor. And so we're looking forward to hopefully, supporting the soccer fields and the ball diamonds and all that this season, and the beach as well. So there used to be food there at one time. So, yeah.
All right, I see no hands. Can I have the original motion? Okay. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Plan Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 10-2025 HTE. The purpose and effect of which is to amend the precinct on the lot from an urban mixed-use precinct with site-specific exception 0030 to an urban mixed-use precinct with amended exception to permit the maximum of 8 dwelling units on the property with no more than 2 dwelling units being on the ground floor, reduce the landscape buffer along the parking area abutting the southerly side lot line from 1.5 meters to 0 meters for the 2-story building, and reduce the northern interior side yard setback from 5 meters to 4.8 meters for a 247 square meter 2-story mixed-use building. That is the original motion, but we need to make a change. All right, I need a mover and a seconder here, Mayor Alcock and Councillor Schumacher. So moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that all references to words urban mixed use be deleted and the words urban business employment be inserted in its place. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that amendment carries. So I'll call the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. All right. Well done. All right, now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We'll now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. And we're going to speak to OPA number 6, Alternative Rural Residential Lot Standards. And I'm going to go to Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Stone. These amendments have been proposed to provide alternative standards for rural residential lot creation. The policies would only apply to lands within the rural designation of the official plan and the rural residential precinct in the CPP bylaw. So Council may recall a public meeting was held in January and a variety of comments were received. Some comments were noting that the reductions to existing standards were too great and too restrictive. The policy was overly complicated. The policies didn't go far enough and wouldn't achieve Council's goal of providing more flexibility in the rural area. That the need to demonstrate that a smaller lot can sustain development there's less area to work with, and it's more important to review these applications critically. Their frontage is all that controls density, not area, and that only the suitability of the proposed lot should be considered. Rural character can be maintained through setbacks to natural areas and buffers along roads. The policies were too subjective. Rural lot creation in areas prone to hazards, such as wildland fire hazards, was unwise given the isolated nature of these properties. District comments noted that Muskoka Growth Strategy anticipates that Huntsville will require an average of 168 new permanent dwellings over the next 30 years annually, and 57% of those dwellings are anticipated to be in the form of low density or single family dwelling units, and that existing in the urban serviced area, we have land for 1,900 housing units, and an additional 727 are going through an approval process currently. District also noted that environmental protection is tantamount in the rural area, and the need for a continued focus on urban intensification and mix of housing types, and that they did not object to the proposal, but noted the council must be satisfied that the policies are consistent with the growth strategy and the provincial planning statement. So 3 additional comments had been submitted after the agenda was originally posted in March. One requesting council defer a decision, noting that the policies didn't address the issues raised. A second noted that the policies didn't go far enough. And the last comment that was received noted that provided the existing provisions in the official plan regarding the overall number of lots that can be created is being retained, they would have no concerns with the proposal. Staff feel that the provisions that have been included requiring the applications to conform to all OP policies address these comments. So in light of the comments that were provided, revisions were made to both the OPA and the bylaw amendment. For the OPA, section 8.7.6 was revised. The explanation and justification as to why the reduced lot standards are required has been simplified and generalized. For natural heritage features, the policy now allows for the provision of a technical report to support an application that proposes to divide a feature. The minimum lot area has been increased from 0.4 hectares to 1 hectare, with the frontage requirements increasing from 60 meters to 90 meters, which is a reduction from the existing standards of 2 hectares and 134 meters of frontage. A provision was included to provide opportunity for the 60-meter frontage, where lots within 250 meters along the same road had a lesser frontage. Character in the area has also been qualified to a 250-meter strip in either direction. And although the policies are somewhat repetitive, the matters addressed are already included in other policies within Section C, and that's specifically in regards to item F under C876. So staff felt it was important to ensure that they were repeated to provide more clarity. For policy C877, it was considered important to ensure that the lots are developed in a manner that helps to mitigate the appearance of additional lots and the increased density. Setbacks for structures are proposed to be increased from 20 meters to 20 meters from the 12 meters. Requirement for a treed buffer along the road has been decreased from 15 meters to 10 meters, and the requirement to keep 80% of the lot in a natural state was removed. There was a new clause added that the lot coverage calculation wouldn't include any natural features in their buffers, and in addition of a new clause to implement any recommendations from technical reports if there was a natural feature that was being that was identified. For the bylaw amendment itself, lot provisions were updated to 1 hectare for lot area, 20-meter setback for all structures was maintained. The buffer along the road was decreased from 15 meters to 10 meters. A requirement for a CPP to be issued for all development was maintained. The removal of the requirement to maintain 80% of the lot in its natural state. And then again, the clause noting that natural features and their buffers are excluded from lot coverage calculation. No variations to any standards is permitted was maintained in the new policies, as well as the definition of alternative rural residential lot standards. So these standards as proposed will provide additional opportunity for rural residential lot creation, but they've been drafted in an attempt to balance the public comments that have been received both for and against, and while still promoting and encouraging more urban density. The policies will ensure that new rural development respects rural character, protects natural heritage features and areas, and recognizes the limitations of rural service levels. Further changes to the rural policies can be reviewed and considered during an official plan update process that we anticipate will be starting after the heightened density and secondary plan processes have been completed. And I am happy to answer any questions.
All right, so I will open the floor to comments or questions from council. I know some of us have other thoughts or additional thoughts. Councillor Morrison.
I guess I'll start. Commend Director Maxwell for bringing the initiative and also amending to meet some of the requests. I've been to a speaker that I want 60-meter lots, so I think I'd like to obviously get rid of the 90-meter altogether and make it 60 meters, no 250-meter requirement at all. Like I've told many people, I live on the exact lot that could be created, and there's 3 of us, and I can't see my neighbors. It could work just fine, and it's how our town was built. The one thing, Director Max, I want to ask you a question, maybe see what council thinks. The one concern, and I just caught wind of it this week, is the setbacks going from 12 meters to 20 meters. I understand the intent to keep it more private. The unintended consequence, though, I'm worried about is, because I'm looking at it right now for my in-laws, building an accessory unit for them to live on my property. If that was in place, I couldn't do it on my property. Like, it would eliminate my ability to build an accessory rental unit for my in-laws. So I'm worried that that could be an issue down the road. And is it something we could consider not doing? I don't think the benefit to it is big enough. 12 meters is still 40 feet almost from the side yard. So I'm wondering if that's something we could discuss as not having included.
Did you wish to comment, Kirsten?
I'm processing, sorry. So this would be for new lots being created only, not existing lots. So that setback would be just in the case of, if the lots are 1 hectare, I think there should still be ample room, but it's something that we can review if council would like.
Follow up?
Yeah, definitely existing lots would not be affected. And I don't think you're not intentionally trying to make it so it's more difficult to build ADUs, for sure. But depending on where somebody builds a house, I bought an already built home. So the way it's situated now, if I was to build on, I can do the 12 meters, but I can't do the 20. So I want to make sure it doesn't limit the potential for ADUs down the road.
Okay. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I want to start by echoing what Councillor Morrison said. I've given this a lot of thought, and like we all have, and had several discussions. I really appreciated Lanny's presentation this morning because he summed up very nicely a number of the reasons why I also support going to 60 meters. It is consistent with what we used to have, and we also were able to show that 1 acre properties are actually quite substantial and are fine for servicing with septic and well. I do also echo his comment, though. I think in our proposed alternative, we're suggesting that we could decrease the buffer from 15 to 10 meters, and I would suggest we don't decrease it. We keep it, the buffer, this is on the road, to 15. I also like the position from Councillor Morrison about clarity. I think that what we're proposing, if you're 250 meters from and all of that stuff, I just don't see that as necessary. Again, I think Lanny did a great job at sort of summarizing the rationale behind that. I will say I have heard that the district may push back on this if we alter it once again. But as I understand it, we're not the only ones who are pursuing this direction. My understanding is Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, and Lake of Bays are all pursuing the same direction. So the district is, in fact, currently looking at this kind of new direction coming from the lower tiers. And I guess my thoughts around that would be, if, you know, I understand and I agree with the district's proposed direction in the OP, which is you send much of your development to the urban area, which is what we discussed this morning. And we do that. We continue to do that. I would say most of the applications we receive are within, they're infill, they are within our urban area. And so we are consistent with district policy, and we will continue to be that way. I think that at the same time, we've heard over and over again every month at our planning council the desire to create these other lots in our rural area. And the primary interest of the district, as I understand it, is the environmental overlay. And I think they're right to be still concerned or have that as their primary issue. And I think that we can absolutely speak to that with and once again, another alternative proposal, which is the 60 meters and 1 acre or 0.4 hectare. So I would absolutely support that, as well as making the proposed amendment a bit simpler.
So my comment would be that I have no trouble with the 60-meter frontage, but in order to keep the rural area rural, we really should keep 1 hectare, 2.5 acres. Otherwise, we're creating a whole lot of lots close together in the rural area, which isn't what we want. If you want a whole lot of lots, you come to town, but 2.5 acres, it's large enough and small enough to keep the rural area rural. So I wouldn't be in favor of 1 acre. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I think one thing that's important to remember here is that this is alternative lots. So it's not that we're asking that all lots will be 1 acre lots or 2.5 acre lots. This is an alternative that if you can't get the current standard, that you would then be able to follow an alternative situation. I think that's been lost a little bit, even in the public to some degree, what we're trying to do here. And I appreciate that staff, the work that you guys have done to try to come up with an alternative lot standard. I think with the current policy as we see it today, I think it won't fully achieve what council's trying to accomplish. And that's creating more flexibility in the rural area. And I would echo what Mayor Alcock said about Lanny Dennis's comments. I thought he was right on today with what he had to say. And, you know, there's a fella that has many, many years of experience dealing with the town of Huntsville and other towns, municipalities as well. So I think we need to listen to what people like that have been in the industry a long time have to say. And those comments were all around lot sizes. And I don't have an issue either with the 60 meters or the 1 acre as an alternative, which is the key thing to remember.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone, and I appreciate what's been said earlier by members of council. I do support the 60-meter frontage, and you know, the one comment that rings with me is if you want a smaller lot, you come to town. Well, coming to town it results in a 35 to 40% increase in the price of the lot. So I think one of the goals here is affordability. Another one of the goals is to allow people to be able to stay here, stay on their property, potentially have a family member live on the lot that's been created and create a bit of wealth so they can retire. So there's so many different factors involved here. I live on less than an acre. It's more room than I need for anything. And I don't think we're going to end up with 20 lots in a row that have 60 meters of frontage. It's an alternative. So I agree with mostly what's been said here, and I'm looking forward to a proposed amendment and viewing it. So,
Councillor Schumacher.
Yes. Again, through you, Chair Stone, I would echo. I did appreciate Lenny's comments, and to Councillor Clark's point, I mean, he's got years. He was also a planner with the town. And when there was a previous Schumacher at this table, I know 1 acre was the lot at that time. So we are not, you know, yeah, maybe that was a history thing, but it was still able to work. And to Councillor Fitzgerald's point, I mean, I grew up in an area in Utterson because I had a parent who worked in Huntsville and a parent who worked in Bracebridge. So the ability for a family to be able to purchase in that area is because it's a bedroom community, but it worked. You were able to create a home on an acre lot, and then it suited what that community represented for a lot of people, and it still does today, is that area of a bedroom community where they can still afford to stay and create a family in a community and have two parents that, you know, work in either direction, and it was suitable. So I would agree to I mean, as Councillor Clark pointed, this is an alternative, but I think that alternative should still be on the table.
Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, and it's interesting Councillor Schumacher mentions that because part of my rationale on allowing more rural development is developing rural communities, which are not bad. They're good for kids. In your neighborhood, you have lifelong friends. I know a lot of them, and they're still close, and they grew up together and played baseball together and rode bikes together. So instead of having the parents run them around all the time. So that's another benefit of this. I'd be okay with the acre because like I'm on a 2.5 acre lot. It's more than I need. I never get to the back part ever. So if somebody had 200 feet and didn't go as deep as my lot, it's still 200 feet wide. So it still keeps the privacy. And I'm not against what Mayor Alcock mentioned about keeping it at 15. I think that could be helpful in keeping things rural. To Councillor Clark's comment, you're right, it is an alternative. But the one thing I want to point out that I'd like to change from it being alternative to just being standard is it was brought up at our planning council. The unintended consequence, again, if somebody owns 50 acres or if they have, say, 268 meters of frontage, and they've been sitting on that land for decades, they've been paying taxes for decades, they're not allowed to have a 60-meter lot. They're only allowed to get a 134-meter lot times 2. Joe Smith from Toronto comes up and buys a 120-meter lot, and he can get a 60-meter lot. It doesn't add up for me. I think if 60-meter lots are acceptable, they're acceptable. Simple as that. Let's stop complicating it. Let's just make it a standard approval, less visits to this planning council table. And if we determine 60-meter lots times 1 acre or 2.5 acres are good, then they're good. I don't think it should matter how much frontage you have, and it shouldn't be an alternative, in my opinion.
All right. So I don't see other hands. So I know we wanted to talk more about rural lot creation, but we're right now talking about this OPA. And so then my question to you is, what changes specifically do you want to see in this OPA? Councillor Morrison.
We'll need guidance from Director Maxwell on how we could put that forward, but I would like to get rid of the 250-meter thing, stop calling it an alternative, and define, I mean, I think we have to put the 1 acre on the table to see if it's supported without doing a straw vote. And then I guess, Director Maxwell, if we wanted to discuss, it's not in this right now, but fourplexes on rural land, is that something we would bring up in a different report, in a different OPA? Okay.
We can talk about that
Yeah,
after,
so
after we deal with this.
So we address those two things, the lot size, the 60 meters just as a right, and not an alternative that if you meet the 134, you go with that. I think, is that really what we're dealing with right now?
Director Maxwell.
If I may, thank you, Chair Stone. I think the proposed changes to do 60 meters of frontage only is something that we can deal with through this process, absolutely. The 250-meter question was raised by a commenter in January, noting that we said it had to maintain the character, and they said, well, you have to define character. So that's where that number came from, ultimately. So I don't think staff has any concerns with that. When it comes to not considering these as alternative rural lot standards, I don't believe we should be doing that in this report and in this change, because that's not what was discussed with the public. We held a public meeting talking about them being alternative only if you can't meet. And so I think that would generate more discussion if council was choosing to make this absolute, that we're changing our lot standards completely. So I would caution against that because that's not what was discussed through the public consultation process to this point.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. And this is in response to what Kirsten just said. So I understand it clearly. If we can't change the wording about alternative, if you are someone who needs to use the alternative and wants to go to 60-meter frontage and 1 acre lot, are they then required to come to this council, this committee for approval, or does staff have the authority to say, oh, you meet the alternative?
So that would be, if the policies are implemented, it would be just a consent approval at the staff level, potentially. There may be a zoning amendment required if the property is zoned in or is in the rural precinct as compared to the rural residential precinct. And that's not something that we're not going to go and pre-zone properties for.
No.
From that perspective. So if a lot is in a rural residential precinct and it meets the OP requirements as outlined in the report, then that would just be a consent staff approval and they wouldn't be coming here. So it's, yeah, that's the difference with, if we were doing a blanket change to the official plan to allow all rural residential lots to start off at this lower standard, that's not something that was discussed with the public to date.
If I may follow up, just because I need to really understand this correctly. So if our intent is, and let's say, I understand Councillor Stone, or you feel, Chair Stone, you feel differently about the acreage size. But if there was support around the table for a 1 acre lot, and we still continue to call this alternative, right? But there's support around the table for the 1 acre lot. So in 3 months' time or whenever this is passed, someone walks in and says, okay, I have this property and what I want is a 60-meter frontage and I want 1 acre lot. They can work with staff and it automatically, staff can make that decision. Madeline can make that decision based on the approval today, if that's where we were to go, without bringing an application forward to this table.
Yes, yeah, that is the intent of the way the policies were drafted, so that there would be fewer applications coming to council, but still trying to maintain those natural heritage and environmental aspects of the official plan and looking at density and everything. That's why they're considered alternative. And they were drafted so that it would be a staff approval as long as there were no changes to the precinct required. Because that's a public meeting process, whereas a consent doesn't require a public meeting.
I appreciate that. So it does beg the question that if that's the case, then really, and that's the intent of council, then I guess so from your perspective, it is, ideally we're saying to people, we're not necessarily encouraging 1 acre lots, we're encouraging a larger lot. But if you can't meet it, okay, no problem, you can come in and we will approve it based on council direction.
As long as the applicant is meeting the policies in the official plan that speak to when it's appropriate or not, and if they're protecting their natural heritage features.
Okay, I'm going to ponder. Thank you very much.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Yeah, so I think I understand where Director Maxwell is coming from, what the public process was, but we had public input from both sides. Some people wanted X. We had a lot of input that it should be less restrictive, and we had that process, and then we're hired to make decisions. So I know we're cautioned not to, but I think by the amendment that I'm proposing, if we don't, we're just going to see more and more planning applications asking for exceptions, and I'd be pretty confident that this council would approve every one of them. So what's the point? I think it creates more work for the staff. It creates more confusion for the public. It's like, okay, so if I have 268 meters, I can't get the lot, but my neighbor can get it across the road. It doesn't make sense. So it should not be an alternative lot. Based on the feedback we got from planners and public and this council, I think we're getting away from the intent of why the council wanted this report. We're saying 60-meter lots are good. We don't want restrictions. And it's going to help us in a housing crisis, remember that, to create up to 3 dwelling units on every one of these lots that are created. Doesn't take away the rural character because our town was built like this. Look around. Every street, every road, rural or not, has smaller lots. And even at an acre, it's almost 10 times the size of some of the in-town lots. So I really want that amendment to go forward, if anybody's willing to second it and move it forward. But I want to get away from that. The 250-meter buffer thing needs to go. The 12 meters to 20 needs to go as well. And the 60-meter lots being accepted needs to happen, in my opinion.
Director Maxwell first.
Sorry, just to confirm, because that wasn't what we told the public we were doing, that's, I think there would be a problem if we made that blanket sort of a change to the policies. If council wants us to take a step back and re-advertise for a public meeting with these other changes proposed, we can do that. But that will take us a few more months to get through this process as well. And who knows what public comments we'll receive. Because we presented to the public, these are our existing standards. If you can't meet these standards, here's another option for you. But we weren't changing from a blanket perspective all of the policies that relate to rural residential lot creation. So that's where it would, I would not recommend that we go that route. And then the other thing I was just going to note is One of the changes that was proposed was to increase the buffer to 15 meters. But if we're reducing the setback to 12 meters, then the structures will all be within that buffer. So just something to think about.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Clark first.
Thanks, Chair. Interesting conversation here today for sure. I can appreciate Councillor Morrison's comments, absolutely, and I can speak from, 7 years in the real estate business that I was involved in lots of severances around 1 acre lots over the years in the past. I don't know if I'm quite ready to go full out on 1 acre lots as a right. And if from the sounds of what Director Maxwell's saying, I don't know if we can with this particular policy that we're looking at. Perhaps we should have been more clear as a council, when we started this process of what we actually wanted to try to achieve and look at here. Now, I guess we could go forward with the policy with some of the changes that we've been talking about here, and then relook at the policy as we see how the alternative lot situation is working. But I think it's a case of where we probably should have been more clear about our intentions at the beginning of this process.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone, and thanks, Councillor Clark, for your comments. I think some of us around the table were very clear that was our expectation with Councillor Morrison's proposed amendment to what's before us now. So to me, it feels like we were entertaining maybe some district resistance to the proposal, and we softened it to get it through district. And I think that we need to be firm around this table and get what we want for our community. And if that's what it means, that we want that amendment, and I think around the table it would get support, that we keep going 2 more months, 2 more months, 2 more months. So let's approve this with the very minor amendments. So is there going to be 10 lots created in the next 2 months because of this? Likely there will be. So we've addressed some of the problem, and then we come back and readdress it, because we do have more things that we want to be considered under the OPA. And we can deal with those at that time, and we're not 2 years into the process, because frankly, it's frustrating. And I don't appreciate the process the way it's going now. So what amendments can we propose, do you feel? I don't feel we're misrepresenting the public, but if you feel that we need to have public meetings, what can we approve today?
All right, it's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no problem, Chair Stone. The concern, and I don't mean to harp on it, but the concern that I would have with the public is that in November, we brought a report saying, here's things that we can propose to do. And council said, yes, that sounds good, go away and do that. And it was alternative. It was never blanket, we're changing our standards. So it's unfortunate that that's the approach that was taken, if that's not what council wanted. But that was what we received approval to do in November. And so January, we circulated, we had the public meeting based on that approval. And in March, of course, we were delayed because we had a long meeting day. So this is where we are, because we could have been doing this in March as well. But all that being said, the lot size can be changed today, the lot frontage, and the setbacks, absolutely, without any consideration, because those were things that were proposed for the public meeting. So, and they would be, the setbacks and things like that could be considered minor amendments, so.
All right, I do have a follow-up.
I think Councillor Morrison proposed those changes, and I'd be happy to second those changes.
Okay, we will need that in the form of a motion. Take a break. All right, a few more questions first. Manager Clark needed to no?
No, I don't think I need to speak any longer. I was just going to point out Planning Act requirements. When you do an official plan amendment, you do have to say what it's for. And the title of this official plan amendment is Alternative Rural Lot Standards. The resolution passed in November specifically set alternative rural lot standards. So I think we are bound by that and the Planning Act to stick with what we're working on, which is alternative rural lot standards.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Schumacher?
Just a question through you to Director Maxwell. Is it the OP review is 26 or 27?
Good question. I would love to say 26. I'm not sure if we will make it in 26 with the secondary plan, but it will be the next major project.
And then those things would come to light at that time. too,
Absolutely.
all of those changes, so it could be within a year.
Councilor Morrison?
And lastly, the last thing I want to do is get planning staff or council in trouble. So we do have to make sure we're following the Planning Act. And I want to point out as well, what Director Maxwell and Manager Clark are doing is trying to balance what council wants with the needs of the public based on the input they receive. So it's not saying anything bad about what they're doing, except for that we are tasked and voted in to tackle that housing crisis. So I guess I wonder, because we have made some significant changes based on input, can we eliminate the 250 meter buffer now? Okay, so we can eliminate that for now. We can take the setbacks from 20 back to 12 to make sure we don't lose ADUs. We can talk about, and I'm not fussed between 1 and 2.5 acres. Like 2.5 acres is fine, 2 acres, 1, like I'm okay with 1, but if we had to go to 2.5 to make this work, I'm not against that either. I just want to make sure that we're making it easier for people to sever 60 meter lots and not harder and not create confusion. So right now we have on the table the 20 meters back to 12, the 90 meters to 60, and we have the 250 meters coming out of the buffer. So it's, if you have 120 meters, you can have 2 lots. So I don't know if there's anything else that has to be added. Maybe Councillor Fitzgerald, if there's something else we need added in right now. And obviously we're going to do a further review down the road.
I think you captured it all.
All right, so we're going to take 5 minutes and write up a potential amendment, and then we'll vote on that, and then we're going to discuss about some other things that we'd like to see in the rural areas. All right, folks. All right. All right, staff are just finishing up. So I'm going to go to Mayor Alcock. You had a question of clarity regarding what
Yeah.
this is applied to.
Thank you, Chair Stone. This could be my own ignorance, and that's quite possible. I for some reason, should we give Councillor Cloutier a second to, or maybe?
Drop his name.
That's good. All right. I was thinking that the policy that we were discussing today was dealing there, as we all know, there are distinct categories or zoning around rural residential versus rural. And we think of the applications that come before us, and sometimes they're in rural, and those are distinctly different requirements, larger lots and larger frontages and all of those things, right? And that requires a zoning amendment. And for some reason, I was thinking that we were talking about alternative standards around building more homes in the rural area. And I was combining the two, and I just wanted to be sure that we all understood, at least I need clarification, that what this particular amendment is dealing with, is it just with the rural residential? And if it is just the rural residential, which I think it is, then how does that leave us with those other applications that are rural? And I know, I mean, sometimes it's, last thing I'll say about it is, you know, in an area where I live, I know that on Griffin Lodge Road, where there are many lots that are 1 acre, there are a number of lots that are 1 acre, but it's a mixture of zoning where it's rural residential, where it has been developed, cheek by jowl with just rural. So I think that we could potentially see applications that would have two different standards.
I was under the same misconception, I believe. I'm going to go to Director Maxwell for clarity.
Thank you, Chair Stone. So the official plan has different permitted uses in different areas. The rural designation allows for rural residential use, as well as in some limited industrial, forestry, agricultural, all those different types of uses. And then when we get to the community planning permit bylaw, there is a rural precinct and a rural residential precinct. So these changes apply to the rural residential precinct, and any existing lot that is within a rural precinct would need to do a community planning permit bylaw amendment to go into a rural residential precinct. And that is the default zone for any property within Huntsville's boundaries is rural. So we can't, as I had mentioned earlier, we can't pre-zone rural properties with the anticipation that they will potentially want to be severed in the future. So it isn't something that we can anticipate doing, or that we could in good conscience do.
All right, thank you. So with that, do we have the original motion?
What? Oh, sorry. Richard is just noting that we received a fax.
Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, I'm just wanting to bring council's attention to the fact that we did receive one additional set of comments from the public that were faxed to us during this meeting. So I can hand those out to council members for consideration in their decisions. And I can just summarize it quickly for you guys. It's really an opposition letter. It's noting strong opposition to the amendments, and it's, I guess, raising the conformity issues with the proposed amendments and the provincial planning statement, as well as the town of Huntsville's pillars of our strategic plans. So I'm going to forward or hand that out to you, and we can also email them to you also.
right, well, are we gonna move along?
Chair Stone, the amendment that was discussed, we can provide it because we still had a question about one of the items, so. If you want to show, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the original motion. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that amendment number 6 to the Town of Huntsville official plan as outlined in attachment 1 to report DEV 2025-28 be adopted and forwarded to the District of Muskoka for approval. That is the original motion. Now, holy mackerel. Okay. So here's an amendment moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that the following paragraphs under section 5.0 and attachment number 1 to report DEV 2025-28 be deleted. The proposed lot shall have a minimum lot area of 1 hectare and a minimum lot frontage of 90 meters, unless existing lots within 250 meters along the same road have a lesser frontage, in which case the minimum lot frontage may be reduced to be consistent with these existing lots, or 60 meters, whichever is greater. And a minimum 10-meter wide treed vegetative buffer is maintained or established along the public road except in the location of an approved entrance or driveway. And further that the following paragraphs be inserted in its place. The proposed lot shall have a minimum lot area of 0.4 hectares and a minimum lot frontage of 60 meters. A minimum 15-meter wide treed vegetative buffer is maintained or established along the public road except in the location of an approved entrance and driveway. And further, that the following paragraph under section 1.0 and attachment number 2 to report DEV 2025-28 be deleted. The minimum lot area shall be 1 hectare. Minimum vegetative buffer of 10 meters shall be maintained along the public road, save and except for a driveway or a maximum width of 4 meters. And further that the following paragraphs be inserted in its place. A minimum lot area shall be 0.4 hectares. A minimum vegetative buffer of 15 meters shall be maintained along the public road, save and except for a driveway with a maximum width of 4 meters. And further that the following words be inserted after the words attachment number 1 to report DEV 2025-28 as amended. All right. I'll let Director Maxwell speak to that first.
Thank you, Chair Stone. So we have updated the policies to take out the consideration of 90 meters of frontage based on the 250 meter area on either side, and changed the lot area, as well as kept in the setback for structures. Through a discussion with Councillor Morrison, there was a bit of confusion as to whether that setback also applied to the side yards, but it's just from the street side, from the road side. So that was left in. And then the treed buffer was increased from 10 meters to 15 meters to recognize that would fit. The one policy that we didn't change, that I don't know if council feels that they want it changed, was that there was an additional policy in the official plan amendment that said that the lots shall be consistent with the character of existing lots within 250 meters along the road as well. So that would be sort of a note, right, where there's existing lots of that size and frontage, that would be another thing that would suggest that there should be more lots of that size and frontage. So that was left in, but if council feels that should be removed, then that's something we can add.
Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, that was my intent of the amendment, was to pull that out as well. So if we can change that. And then one quick thing, the 15-meter buffer that Mayor Alcock proposed, as you originally proposed, I like that. I accept where it doesn't currently exist. You know, like if someone's selling a lot, we can't expect them to do 15 meters of buffer to create it if it's not already there. So can we put if currently existing in the wording? Well, you don't want anyone cutting down the trees, but we can't expect them to plant.
Is, I think the intent of having these alternative standards and trying to maintain the character and not recognize that there's additional density going into the rural area would be to provide that visual buffer along our roads. That's one of the policies in the official plan, is that we should have our roads in a natural state so that we're not seeing development when we're in the rural area. So I would, I don't think we should change that. If, for the because each property would require a CPP amendment to make sure that they're meeting those buffers, we can talk about what the revegetation looks like through that.
Follow up?
Yeah, so I get, that makes sense to me, and I'm worried about the person who has, let's say, 9 meters of trees and you can't see the house and we still say no, or we make them plant 6 meters worth of trees. It gets away from the intent of trying to get more lots and more houses built. So I'm wondering, maybe in this situation, I'd rather go back to the 10, because if somebody has 10 meters of vegetation, which fits the intent, I don't want them to get turned down, right? And I do agree, I want the rural to be treed and driveways meandering at best and houses at the back where you can't see them, but there might be some lots where it's more difficult because maybe they're close but not quite there. So.
Councillor Schumacher.
Hit the mouse on my laptop instead of the button here. Through you, Councillor Stone, to Kirsten. Well, when we talk about stuff like that with the CPP natural constraint 1 and 2, wouldn't that sort of look at that aspect of the feature of the property?
Thank you, Chair Stone. Yes, it could. If there isn't anything identified on the property, though, it's that maintenance of vegetation that we want to see. I think we can look at alternatives for ensuring that a buffer is maintained, whether or not it has to be an actual planted buffer as compared to an area of an unmaintained area, maybe is something we could look at.
All right, so I have the amendment in front of me. I've read it. Yes. All right, so this would be deleted and will be part of this amendment. The proposed lots shall be consistent with the character of existing lots within 250 meters along the same road. And that will be deleted. All right, so you've heard the amendment. Comments or questions? Okay. Councillor Morrison, once again.
Yeah, just some further clarity from Director Maxwell or Richard on the rural versus RUR. I think all of our intent was all rural land would have these policies and not have to come back for a CPP zoning amendment, make it take more time. And you're saying you couldn't condone it, but could we put it on and vote on it today? We're not allowed to?
Sorry, I didn't mean to shake my head and say that.
Because of the public process, is that why?
Yes, as well. And this is, would only apply in the rural residential precinct because there are already all those other rural uses, and we'll be talking about some of them this afternoon, where there's industrial rural uses and we can't change to allow residential in those areas. So that's, yeah.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I guess, and given what you just said, Kirsten, I appreciate that. And actually, to Councillor Schumacher's point, we will be embarking on a new OP sometime in the next year and a half, or whatever, sometime in the next year and a half. So I think probably at that time, that would be the appropriate time. And maybe if we make the changes today, that will inform that discussion. It will be more information, how many people use this. Maybe it was all for naught, right? And so I think that probably makes sense for that distinction.
Oh, sorry about that. All right, so you've heard me read the amendment. All in favor? And that carries. And I'll call the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that carries. All right. So, we have, what? Apparently there's something else. Always. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 39, 2024 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to establish alternative rural residential lots as amended. All in favor? And that carries. All right, so we don't have a lot of time. We have to reconvene at 1 o'clock. But we did want to talk about additional lot creations and things we want to see in the rural area that we would like staff to consider and bring back information on. Now, we do have a motion that might start the dialogue if someone would move it. All right, so. Okay, moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Whereas Huntsville's population has been growing at an unprecedented rate since the COVID pandemic, and whereas the resulting increase in population has exacerbated a nationwide housing crisis, and whereas ongoing efforts continue to be made to direct growth to the urban serviced settlement area, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate rural residential lot creation on private roads and unopened road allowances, allowing shared entrances, and potentially allowing fourplexes in the rural area. So with that, I'll open the floor to discussion or comment about that idea. Is there things you'd like to see in addition to or removed? Councillor Morrison.
Just adding in, expanding to the some of the further rural designations, not just rural residential, if there's not commercial, not industrial, of course, but trying to get into any rural lots that could be providing housing. So something like that in there. And then getting rid of the word alternative to this plan and having it as a right, 60 meters as a right. Bringing back a report on that as well. Not a report, but because we can't do it because of the public process, but I think that's something we should put in there.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I support what Councillor Morrison just said. Here's my deal, and I mentioned it earlier. I think that there are areas within our rural that have this mixture. Literally, I know on Griffin Lodge Road, which is primarily rural residential, but there are chunks, there are properties that have both. And you wouldn't know that, it's right beside rural only, and yet it's part of this rural residential. So those areas that are somewhat confusing, and maybe the direction should be trying to bring some clarity to areas that have grown and become rural residential within the rural. And so I'm not quite sure, I'm looking at Kirsten's face. Clearly, I'm not providing clarity.
Director Maxwell.
But I'm looking for it.
I anticipate that this is looking at our rural communities, because we have Novar identified, for example, we have Utterson. And is there a desire to look at more of those sorts of nodes, I guess, is the...
I think if yes. Councillor Morrison made a comment earlier that there are areas within our municipality where there are sort of informal settlement areas, informal community areas that may not be described as rural residential, but they happen to be. And they are already communities or neighborhoods that are very distinct. So I think that's what we're focusing on, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion about looking at changing what our policies say necessarily in regards to rural lands. I would just caution council that with the adoption of the Housing Action Plan, we do not have the capacity to go into an in-depth review of our rural policies in the near future. So this is something we can add to the work plan and look at the priorities of what council wants us to review. I know I'd mentioned that the heightened density is still in progress. The next major project that is a substantial project that's going to take a lot of staff time is the secondary plan for Huntsville North. And so this would follow those other items because it's not something we can take on currently. So.
Councillor Fitzgerald first.
Thank you, Chair Stone. And I just want to ask Mayor Alcock, were you referring to the feel or were you talking to the actual precinct designation in the CPP to those mixed areas?
But you're being very specific. Thank
well,
you.
yeah, I
Thank
just
you,
wanted to
Councillor
know.
Fitzgerald. Well, generally, I mean, as I said, I happen to know this particular property that is right in the middle of rural residential, but it's bisected by it. Most of the property is actually rural, and yet it's in the heart of a rural residential. And I would say, I say this with great familiarity around Griffin Lodge Road, because I lived there for a long time. And there is definitely a community there.
No, I-
And yet it wasn't, it grew naturally, right? It evolved.
So
And
do you-
I think there are lots of those situations.
So you're talking about the feel and what has actually happened, not what the CPP
Yes,
precinct is?
yes, to
Okay.
answer your question, I am talking about, thank you, Councillor Schumacher, the character.
Okay. And can I just follow up with Director Maxwell's comments? So we may have, I think, because we think we don't have capacity to look at further changes or potential changes, we may have to have a priority meeting on what we want to accomplish first. We may be changing some order of things, so that should be a consideration as well when we're thinking about our next meeting.
I would agree. So we should see a list of those and prioritize them ourselves. So perhaps staff could bring back what you're doing and bring that back for us to reorganize perhaps. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, knowing the workload that planning team has, don't want to add another review, but I'm wondering, would it be as simple as saying any rural land that doesn't have commercial or mixed use designation would be included in this 60-meter lot initiative? I mean, something so simple as that, as opposed to reviewing all the lots and the designations. If it's like you're talking about the Griffin Lodge, there's plenty others. I had a call from someone who wants to sever off a lot for his son to build a home on. It's rural. So I just wonder if there's a way to do it simply as opposed to a review.
I'd love to say yes, but unfortunately, I don't think it's feasible just because there's you have to think about compatibility with existing development, existing industrial, agricultural, there's quarries, all those sorts of things, and then the potential for the expansion of businesses in the rural area. Like I mentioned, we'll be seeing an expansion today. And are we going to be handcuffing the potential for these types of uses to grow if we do a blanket with everything being 60 meters permitted? I think it's a bit more complex from my perspective than that. So it's, yeah, I just don't think it's that.
Go ahead. That makes sense. So you're thinking what we could do is keep it as it comes basis if it does qualify, as opposed to hurting our abilities for commercial. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yep.
Okay, so I've read the original motion, and if you could just put it back up, is there any changes or additions or deletions you'd like to see in the now therefore? Investigate rural residential lot creation on private roads and unopened road allowances, allowing shared entrances and potentially fourplexes. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. I guess given our conversation about what we just talked about the rural lands and staff time. This is, if I put Kirsten's hat on for a minute, I'd say, when were we expecting this to happen? Because and maybe it goes back to Councillor Fitzgerald's comment, which is, we as a council need to figure out what's a priority for us. And I will say that the secondary plan is really important, and it should be for around this table. So I'm not sure. It's a question around timing.
So it also, if we did pass this motion, it does send the thought to staff that this is what this council is thinking about and wants to consider going forward, even if it doesn't fit our plans right now. So, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I just had one question that said regarding rural residential. Are we headed down the wrong path, or should we remove residential?
So you're considering removing that?
Well, we would have policy that pertains to both. One is going to be, yes, you're allowed to do this. The other one is, you still need to come to us, but at least we're going down that road and we're investigating what's entailed in it. Do you understand, Director Maxwell? Yeah. I think it allows us to not be in the situation we found ourselves in today, where the information was very precise and we thought it was going to be broader in scope and encompass more things.
Does the mover and seconder agree with the removal of the word residential? Mayor Alcock.
I do, but I think in a way, if you remove it where it was, I mean, it was saying rural residential lot creation on private roads, on open road allowances. So those are the things that we were looking at. But if we remove it, it's saying
and it's residential.
rural. It's rural and looking at private roads and all of that.
And
You
it's
see what I
residential
mean?
that
So
we want.
Yeah, so it's all,
Put it back in.
I think what you're saying, Councillor Fitzgerald, is one of the other things we wanted to look at
Yeah, I
was
just-
rural lot
The residential
development.
seems to narrow the scope for me.
It does. I hear you. But if we remove it, maybe it's, you're
And
right.
it is residential that we're looking for.
Yeah.
It's not
except-
industrial. It's
No.
not an industrial lot creation. It's a residential lot
But
creation.
I hear what, actually, this is where I do understand what Councillor Fitzgerald, because we're not talking about opening up other uses, looking at residential in rural areas where there are other uses. There are lots of rural areas that have residential use, but they are not classified as such, right? So we're restricting ourselves if we say currently rural residential.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
We're only restricting ourselves if Director Maxwell isn't aware of the directive we're giving.
Right,
And
exactly.
You understand what we're looking
Yeah,
for?
and I think she does. So I think it's probably okay, right?
Councillor Morrison?
I'm just looking at the Town of Huntsville's interactive map, and virtually all of the land outside the downtown core that isn't currently developed is just rural. Like, we're literally not going to accomplish anything today. Like, there will be no lot creation based on what I'm looking at. The stuff on Sky Hills Road, South Paciosa, all these other roads that are actual rural residential are severed lots that were zoned at the time to be rural residential. So literally, we've done nothing today.
So
based on that. So I think we need to put something in that.
In all rural areas?
In all rural areas where residential development has been done or outside a certain area, I think, and even the main motion, unless we're saying rural, there's no point.
We want to keep rural residential. But how do we imply that we want it to be considered for all rural areas?
Well, I guess taking a step back, existing zoning and provisions in the rural precinct permit a residential use. They wouldn't permit lot creation of small lots without going through that precinct change. But that's where the caution is, that we need to have rural lands for all these other uses. Existing farm uses, there need to be separations for residences from manure storage and all these other things. Like, there's a lot of things to consider when we're talking about what's okay to have in the rural area at different densities. And we can't do a blanket change to our rural provisions to permit these smaller lots everywhere, because then we will hamper our businesses and farms and other existing opportunities in the rural area. And it really goes against a lot of the provisions in the official plan when we talk about natural heritage corridors and maintaining, you know, green spaces and all these other things. I think what we can commit to is coming back to council in May with a list of the existing priorities that council have directed us with, and we can schedule time to have that discussion as to where do you want to go with these things? What do you want us to tackle first with the strategic plan and all of the council directives that we've received already as to what the most important things are. I recognize that council wants to open up rural residential lot creation even more, and we will definitely look at it at some point down the road, but it's not something that we can bring back immediately to discuss.
So this motion is asking staff to investigate these things. So, but council clearly wants to consider all rural areas. So when you come back, you can say, yes, but not right next to a cow farm or whatever. But I think we should put in all rural areas as part of this motion to get staff contemplating that it's not just rural residential designations, it's all rural areas. So right at the bottom, if you can put in beside the word in, yeah, all rural areas. And does that satisfy everyone's thoughts, generally speaking? Councillor
Yeah,
Morrison.
I think, to follow up on that, I think that's the best idea, have staff bring back the parameters, because even then you'd still have to meet requirements. Like, we still can't be so close to a quarry, we still can't do this stuff. Like, that's still protected anyway during the CPP process. But yeah, I think we have to come back. I think it's the most important thing of all the stuff on that list is getting real rural land development happening.
All right, any other comments or questions about this motion? Then I'll call the question. All in favor? I'll vote on that one. Councillor Morrison, did you vote? All right. And that carries. All right. All right, we were supposed to return at 1 o'clock, but we're going to take 30 minutes. So 25 after 1. I'll see you back here. All right, we're going to get started. And I apologize for the late start. We had the mayor kept talking the last. Yeah, I know. All right, so we're going to go straight to. Are we doing Jindal first?
We're doing
Dakin?
Richards.
Dakin. All right. The Dakin North America Limited, and Richard's going to speak to that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 61 Domtar Road. The lands are currently developed with a heavy industrial facility, particularly a particle board and OSB manufacturing plant. And the plant includes some buildings and structures dating back to 1975. The plant's current owners are Dakin North America Limited, but it was originally built by Domtar. Surrounding uses are generally rural, rural residential, and rural resource extraction in nature. The lands are designated rural in the Huntsville official plan, and they're also contained within the heavy employment precinct under the community planning permit bylaw and are within the Natural Constraint 1 overlay. Dakin North America is fortunately looking at expanding operations at this facility with the addition of a new product line. And this will include new development on the south side of the existing building cluster. It's our view that this is a great location for the expansion, as it will be screened from view by existing development to the north, and it'll be set back sufficiently and screened from view by mature woodland buffer areas to the west. The expansion will include specialized machinery housed in new buildings, along with a new log storage yard. The expansion includes a new 152 square meter debarker building, a new 112.5 square meter strander building with ramps, a new log storage yard, and associated site alterations. The Class 3 community planning permit is to authorize these works and request a variation to increase the maximum building height from 11 meters to 17 meters for the proposed strander building. You'll likely hear about the specifics of this expansion from the applicants, so I won't elaborate too much further on that, other than to note that the new debarker building is to house a new log debarker machine with infeed and outfeed, and an additional connected water storage tank. The new larger strander building is to house new equipment such as log stranders, material conveyors, and a wet bin, as well as facilities for employees. The height of the building is dictated by the headroom requirements above this machinery, the conveyors, and the storage bins. 3D model visuals have been provided to illustrate the proposed expansions, and these can be seen in the screens in front of you. So the large building is the strander building, and the smaller building is the debarker. So the strander is going to be on the north of the proposed expansion area, and the strander is just south of that. It should be noted that heavy industrial facilities are permitted on the lands, and the scale and extent of the proposed expansion to the existing plant appears appropriate. As alluded to earlier, the expansion itself is central to the site and set back over 60 meters to the closest sensitive residential land uses. Substantial treed buffers will continue to be maintained between the proposed expansion and surrounding uses, and other compatibility matters have been considered with respect to the siting of the works. There will be no additional water taking needed associated with the expansion, and existing on-site individual septic systems have been deemed sufficient to accommodate the development. On this basis, the proposal appears to be appropriate for the lands. Given this siting, The 17-meter tall Strander building is unlikely to be visible from surrounding lands as treed buffer areas will screen it from view. And potential adverse impacts relating to the proposed expansion have been considered, including visual impacts, environmental impacts, noise impacts, drainage impacts, health and safety impacts associated with human hazards located within and adjacent to the lot, such as the CN rail line and a on-site operating non-municipal waste disposal site. As noted above, potential visual impacts are not a concern. All other potential impacts were considered through various technical reports completed in support of this proposal. Conditions of approval have been recommended to ensure all technical reports are updated to address outstanding technical review matters and report recommendations where necessary, and ensure actions and recommendations outlined in the final approved versions of those reports will be implemented as part of this development. The application and surrounding technical materials and supporting technical materials have demonstrated that the proposed expansion can meet applicable policies of the official plan, subject to those recommended conditions. Under the provincial planning statement, within rural lands, such land uses are supported provided they can be sustained by rural service levels, are appropriate to the infrastructure which is planned or available, and avoid the need for uneconomical expansion of infrastructure. Further, planning authorities are encouraged to support a diversified rural economy by protecting agriculture and other resource-related uses and directing non-related development to areas where it will minimize constraints on these uses. We're also planning authorities are also encouraged to support a healthy, integrated, and viable rural area by promoting diversification of the economic base and employment opportunities through goods and services, including value-added products and sustainable management or use of the resources. This application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. There were no comments received from the public. District of Muskoka staff commented on this application and noted no concerns. CN staff provided comments noting that they would like to review the stormwater management plan and noting that work permits would be needed to authorize any works on their properties. These comments have been provided to the applicant, and the stormwater management plan has been provided to CN. At this time, the application appears to meet the applicable criteria for provisional approval under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, and subject to the applicant fulfilling the conditions noted, the proposed development would conform to the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and that's why we're recommending provisional approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much. Having had a tour there recently, I'm quite excited about this proposal. I'll ask the applicant or the representative to make any comments. Come on down, please. We've got thousands of people watching online that need to hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Alcock, appreciate you having us here and giving us the time to present our case to you. Myself, Al Staubert, I'm the Senior VP and COO of the new company. And Hayden is our plant engineer. So hopefully we can just give you a little bit of an overview of where we are. I know we provided a presentation, if anybody, is that available to see? Perfect. Oh, sure, thanks. Over there. Do we need to turn it on? Oh, it's coming.
It's in the folder.
Okay, hey, welcome to the new business. So we are now known as Daikin North America. So just a little bit of history on the new company. So we're part of the Itochu Corporation out of Japan. Itochu is one of the largest trading companies in Japan. They've been around since the early 1950s. Current value is over $120 billion. and they are diversified globally, and the amount of different diversified holdings they have is huge. Can't even get into the list of the number, but it's not just obviously in the wood processing. We're one small piece of that cog. They do have operations in North America, USPTM, which is US pipe and tube manufacturing, Alta Forest Products, and Master Halco. Master Halco is one of the largest fencing manufacturing companies in the US and Canada. We are named Daikin. Obviously, Daikin is the manufacturing arm of the Itochu wood side of the business. It's a little complicated that the way the profile works is Itochu is the parent company. Daikin is a subsidiary of Itochu. We are 51% Daikin and we're 49% Itochu. So we all blend back up to the parent company. But they currently operate manufacturing plants for MDF. Right now we are particle board. We'll be moving to our new product shortly. But they have 2 plants in Malaysia, 2 plants in New Zealand that they operate on the MDF side. So they've been able to provide some technical resources for us in the new product. I know you mentioned we're particle board and OSB. We're not OSB, just the particle board at this point in time. Like I say, we'll be rolling out the new product. Actually, the official rollout of the new product to the public is happening today. We're representing down at a wood flooring show in North Carolina, and that's the first time that we'll be rolling out the new product name to the public, to the industry. We have presented a lot of smaller things to different companies in advance, Japanese way. They made sure that the market was there before they decided to invest. But we're actually doing the official rollout today, and we'll start getting more customer base locked in. So really excited about how that goes for the team that's down there now. So as the presentation says, you've known it as Panalam. Before that, we were Domtar. We have been around here forever. To be honest, this new investment puts new life in this facility. You'll see in a minute that we were on our deathbed. But this is definitely bringing us back. Before they invested in this facility, they did look worldwide. They were talking to a number of other mills, operations here, Europe, USA. They decided on this location for a number of things. One was the wood basket that's available. The wood we'll be using to manufacture is very prevalent in this. Excuse me, I turned that off. Sorry, I will sit on it. The wood basket that we'll use is very prevalent in this area. It is underutilized, which is another plus when we were talking to the government regarding some grants and some funding. So this became the perfect location. We have the equipment that is needed for this manufacturing for the largest part of it. And then we've got some skilled people here that know how to make board. So it's not a huge leap to go to this new product. So, new name, like I said, this is what's being rolled out today. Dio is the new name for the product we're actually manufacturing. I won't get technical, but it is not particle board. It is not OSB. It's a hybrid between the two, which is a lot stronger, a lot lighter, very unique. It was invented in Japan at the R&D Center for Daikin, and then decided, like I say, to come over here because this is where the market exists for the product. So very excited to get this on the go. I'll let Hayden do some of the stuff in terms of the plans. I know you already put some up.
We'll just go over Hayden Burgess, just the lead project manager here for this expansion. As you can see here, this is our just a zoomed in overview of what Richard has already showed you. We'll just kind of move through new equipment that we'll be putting in. Just to reiterate, we'll be bringing in full-length logs to our site, which we haven't done in the past. We're going to be debarking and then processing these logs into the specific fiber for our new panels. Yes, then the fiber will be transported to our existing equipment with quite extensive upgrades to the size and capacity of our existing equipment just to allow for the new productions. The new equipment in the existing facility would be conveyors, screening systems, resin application, which we're going to be changing our resin over to a newer, well, more robust, better resin supply, and then a new forming station as well. All this equipment is going to be hopefully installed and running by April of 2026, and we'll be able to get into almost full production anyways.
Sure. Yeah, just a quick overview. I won't go through all of it, but essentially we're going to be investing $70 million in the facility. We've already started. We've committed to well over 30 million of that already in terms of equipment purchased and committed to. So it's well underway. It's one type of wood that we'll be using specific for this application. Project timeline, yeah, again, all the stuff has been ordered last year. We started some of the land clearing last year to get ready for this. As soon as this winter that'll never end ends, we'll be able to start doing some foundations. We're a little ahead of schedule in terms of the unveiling to the public, so that's, as I said, happening today. And we're hoping to generate a lot of excitement around that. The primary uses for this material is going to be in both flooring and RV production. I don't know if you're aware, but RV will take 40 4x8 panels to make one RV. So the market for that is extensive. And the sales for RVs, both Canada, US, has been escalating tremendously. So what we're doing with this initial rollout is it's a small portion of the market that we're going after, which we know is solid. And the plan is down the road to get this up to full production and then potentially addition of a second line. Yeah, just as I said, we weren't faring too well previously. This is just kind of a look at what we've been doing in terms of volume. If you see the last few years, it's been definitely dropping off. We boomed through COVID, and then it's just been strangling on the existing board we've at. You can see as we hit 26 and then 27 and 28 with the new board coming online, the potential, and that's probably understated numbers. Yeah, heavy focus on growth, involvement in the community. You know, we realized as Pan-Am, there wasn't a lot of money there to get involved in the community a whole lot. We've already been having some discussions. As soon as we can go, we want to be a more valuable member, do more sponsorship, more involvement, get some things on the go. So we're really, like I say, looking forward to this. And then the sidebar that goes off of this is the additional business that comes in from the contractors, the truckers, the wood suppliers. So yeah, that's where we're at. Appreciate you taking the time.
What about employment?
Right now, we're at about 130 people. We anticipate at least another 10 just tied specifically to the new program. And then more fallout from that as we can change and modify some of the things. So we're probably about 20 by the time we're done in terms of on top of what we already have.
Very exciting. Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Hey, lads, I know these two quite extensively. For working there quite a bit, they kept me employed. I guess shouldn't have sold so early, maybe. But I just, the workplace over there, as Al was saying, it was, you know, I could tell the work was dying down. And then since this has happened, it's firestormed over there. Al talks about the direct employment. It's not just the direct employment, it's the local contractors. A lot of them that are doing the work here are just starving for people, and they're gonna ramp up probably twice their workforce what they have just in getting this built. Like, this is major. This is as good as news as the G8 for our town, as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of blue collared people in this town here. And it's a great news story. And thank you very much for bringing it to our town.
Thank you. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and I really am echoing what Councillor Cloutier said. I too had the tour with you, Councillor Stone, and I've since talked to Al on numerous occasions about numerous things. I agree. I just, after our tour, I was beaming, and I felt how lucky are we that we have Daikin in our community. And to your point, Al, about it was going this way, and now it's substantially going like this. And I echo a comment I made earlier about another project, that I am so thankful and that you're coming in with expansion plans during these challenging times. And I can't be more supportive. I am thrilled to death with this. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, fellas, for being here today. And what a fantastic expansion for Huntsville this is. I know many people that have worked at the site over the years. I still know some that are there. It's hard to believe it's been 45 years since it first opened, and I hope that Daikin's successful for the next 45 years in Huntsville. It's a big win for us in Huntsville, and I would place it right up, back in the 70s when Kimberly Clark came to town, and what a difference that made in the 70s and the 80s and present day for our community. And I would put this expansion in that same light, and we certainly appreciate Daikin investing in Huntsville.
All right, I see no other hands. Thank you for your deputation. That's awesome.
Thank you for having us.
All right, a little bit of business now. Wow. All right, moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Plan Permit Application CPP 24-2025 HTE. And it's a very lengthy motion, and it's exactly as it was in your package, so I'm not going to read this. And I will ask if there's comments or questions. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Madeline, you're going to speak to the Jindal application.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 160 Lighthouse Point Road. The lot is designated waterfront in Huntsville's official plan and is under the waterfront residential 60-meter with the natural constraints 1 overlay in the community planning permit bylaw. An application has been submitted to construct a 67 square meter non-habitable structure comprised of a 45 square meter gazebo with attached 23 square meter dryland boathouse on the lot. A Class 3 community planning permit is required to increase the maximum projection of a dock from 15 meters to 23 meters to recognize the existing dock. Permit development within 30 meters of an identified natural heritage feature and area, being Stratum 1 deer wintering area. Reduce the setback to type 1 fish habitat from 30 meters to 7.5 meters for a dryland boathouse with attached gazebo. Reduce the setback from a cold water lake from 30 meters to 7.5 meters for a dryland boathouse with attached gazebo. Reduce the front yard setback from 20 meters to 7.5 meters for the structure. And permit a dryland boathouse with attached gazebo in the flood zone overlay. The condition of provisional approval has been listed in your report package and includes the owner entering into an agreement with the town prior to the issuance of a final permit. Further, it should also be noted that the application was originally circulated with the intention to have the gazebo enclosed. However, since then, the applicants have decided to revise the proposal and open up the gazebo structure, so it will no longer be an enclosed structure. Oops. Okay. So both the gazebo and dryland boathouse structures are permitted shoreline structures under Section 2.4 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. Gazebo structures are intended to be freestanding, unenclosed, used for relaxation as opposed to storage or habitation. One freestanding gazebo may be permitted within a required yard abutting a shoreline, provided that it does not exceed 15 square meters in floor area. Additionally, dryland boathouse structures are structures that do not project over the water and may be erected and used in a required front yard, abutting a shoreline, provided it does not exceed 20 square meters in floor area and complies with all other yard setbacks of the precinct. In this instance, the proposal is appropriate for the lands as it contributes to the functionality on the property. The size and scale of the proposed structure is consistent with the existing dwelling and development on neighboring properties, and dense vegetation along the interior property lines will assist in buffering and maintaining privacy. Additionally, the proposed structure has been located in a flat and cleared area and is within the shoreline activity area allowance on the property currently. The proposed structure is in line with the existing dock and centralizes development along the shoreline and allows the remaining portion of the shoreline buffer to be maintained in a naturally vegetated state. So currently there is sparse vegetation within this area, and works to revegetate the shoreline buffer and enhance the area are included as part of the proposal. Additionally, the existing dock projects more than the allowable 15 meters into Lake Vernon. Confirmation on the water depth at the end of the dock has not been provided. However, the dock does not appear to have any negative impacts on navigation within this portion of Lake Vernon. It also appears that neighboring properties have docks that extend similar distances, which could be due to low water levels within this area. According to floodplain mapping prepared by the District of Muskoka by Hatch Engineering, the property contains lands that are below the regulatory flood elevation for Lake Vernon, and the proposed development will be within these flood-prone lands. These flooding hazards are considered part of the flood zone overlay under this community planning permit bylaw. The Hatch mapping has been included in the report package for reference just on where the static flood elevation extends on the property. And it should be noted that existing habitable development on the lot appears to be located above and outside of the regulatory flood elevation. Restrictions apply restrictions apply within this area, and development is generally prohibited. However, it is outlined that boathouses and docks are permitted within the flood zone, provided that they are accessory to a permitted principal use on the same property and meet applicable precinct requirements. No flood hazard assessment was provided for the proposed structure, as no habitable space is being proposed or permitted. However, as part of the approval, staff are requesting that the proposed structure be flood-proofed in accordance with provincial floodproofing standards. Waterfront residential development is intended to be low density, preserve the natural environment, mitigate visual impacts, avoid sensitive natural features, and provide appropriate setbacks from the shoreline to allow for a shoreline buffer. In this instance, the proposal does maintain the low density nature of the property and sites development in a cleared and flat area. The proposal has been developed to provide a benefit by limiting the number of structures on the lot by combining both a dryland boathouse and gazebo, maintains privacy buffers, and includes works to restore the shoreline. Natural constraint mapping has identified the shoreline as being type 1 fish habitat, Lake Vernon being a cold water lake, and the lands being flood prone and within stratum 1 deer wintering habitat. To address these natural heritage features, Riverstone Environmental Solutions was retained and provided a scoped environmental impact study. The study included an evaluation of the forest features, shoreline area, and an assessment of potential for negative impacts to fish habitat due to the proposed development. The study confirms that the entirety of the shoreline is type 1 fish habitat, and notes that stratum 1 deer wintering habitat is not present within the subject lands. The study focuses its recommendations on revegetation within the shoreline buffer and states that although the buffer has begun to regenerate, there are areas that are manicured lawn that will need to incorporate additional plantings to fully establish. As the structure is not habitable, there's no septic being proposed to service it, and the existing septic is located much closer to the dwelling, which is well beyond 30 meters. So all that being said, the application was circulated in accordance with the community planning permit bylaw into the Lake Vernon Association. Through staff's review and analysis, the application appears to meet the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement. And as such, staff are recommending the application be provisionally approved, subject to the conditions of provisional approval in the report package, and the final conditions all listed within the report package. And thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or the representative to make some comments.
Good afternoon, John P. Gallagher and Associates, 24 Hibberd Road, Huntsville, P1H1C9. I'm here today on behalf of Dr. Kathy and Dr. Sanjay Jindal, who couldn't make it. They're busy with their practices today. I think Madeline has explained the application well. The purpose of having this structure is the house is, as you can see, it's a fair distance away from the water down at the bottom of a hill. And what the applicants had hoped for was somewhere where they can sit and enjoy the waterfront during the summer. And in theory, you know, they could have a boathouse out on the water at the end of the dock, and they chose not to do that. They've combined a dry land boathouse, which is a permitted use in this area, and the gazebo into one structure. And again, as you saw from the drawings there, it is all open except for the boathouse portion, which again is a small storage building. It's not very significant at all in that location. As part of the application, we were asked to provide a fisheries assessment and review deer wintering yards. Riverstone was retained in that regard and have provided some recommendations for filling in some of the shoreline buffer where it's not currently. The application appears to meet all the requirements of the official plan and meets the intent of the CPP. Again, the wet flood proofing, still don't understand that, given the fact that boathouse permits are issued constantly with no requirements, and they also flood. This is all going to be open-ended on the gazebo side, and it's a small storage shed. If we had to maintain the elevation that the district has in their hatch report, that building would be located halfway up the hill, several feet above the ground. Anyways, we would respectfully ask committee to approve the application, and they've been working on this for some time. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, comments or questions? Councillor Cloutier.
Dude, I like what's being done here rather than putting out on the water. It's a good spot for it. If it does get flooded, it's not going to get damaged anyways. But I'd like to see more of this rather than stuck out on the water.
I would agree with that. I see no other hands, so I'm going to read the motion. Oh, it's another big one. Moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 19-2025 HTE. And because it is quite lengthy, and it's exactly as it was in the agenda package, I am not going to read all of this and bore you. So I will ask the question. All in favor? And that carries. All right. Kelsey, you're coming to speak to the John Street application. All right. Well, actually, before you start, we do have a deputation regarding this application, and I'm going to ask Michael Cara to come down and speak. Oh, I have to do a motion. Hang on. Because the agenda was already printed, we have to suspend the rules and ask permission. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council suspend the rules of procedure relating to the following: to hear a deputation from Michael Kara regarding Community Planning Permit Application CPP 2025 HTE, and to add it as item 8.3.1, and further that the rules of procedure be reinstated once the agenda item has been completed. All in favor? And that carries. All right. So actually, we'll have Kelsey go through the application, and then we'll have you speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 7 John Street. The property is within the central business designation, and the property is within the central business district precinct of the community planning permit with natural constraint 2 overlay. The applicant proposes the development of a temporary outdoor restaurant for a 3-year period with 7 refreshment stands and decks for outdoor seating. A class 3 council variation is required too, and we're not going to list out the numbers, but they are listed on the slide here of the different meters and such, but they're asking for relief for the front yard setback, to reduce the setback from the water course, to increase the cumulative width of the activity area, and to reduce the number of required parking spaces for this use in particular, to reduce the required parking space length for the new spaces, reduce the minimum required number of spaces with a minimum length of 3 meters, reduce the minimum length of designated accessible parking spaces, and reduce the aisle width for double lane traffic, and finally to reduce the setback for the refuse collection area from to a public street. It's worth noting that an alternative development plans have been approved for the north portion of this property in previous site plans, which consisted of another commercial building. Prior to undertaking this development, the temporary outdoor restaurant is proposed. The CBD precinct permits restaurant uses. In this instance, an outdoor restaurant is comprised of 7 refreshment vehicles or stands with 2 decks for the outdoor seating. Although a refreshment stand is not considered a restaurant, the proposed refreshment vehicles are configured to operate collectively as an outdoor restaurant. Therefore, this use would be permitted within the CBD precinct. However, there are several reliefs needed to accommodate this development. Just speaking briefly to the reliefs, the property does front onto the Muskego River, as everybody probably knows. The intention of the setback to a water course is to ensure adequate distances from an environmentally sensitive feature like a river. The shoreline activity area is also proposed to be slightly wider. So you could see here, right in this end point, there's the end of the dock and then it goes slightly wider. So you're allowed a larger activity area for commercial property, and it will be slightly increased from what it is existing. There are also, as you may have noted, several reliefs required for parking. The outdoor restaurant use will use the existing parking area, which is also used by another restaurant on the property and an office use. The new restaurant use will require 1 parking space for each 4 people accommodated on the premises. Based on the 70 seats proposed for this outdoor area, 14 spaces are required and 10 spaces are being provided to accommodate this use. So it's being used collectively for all these uses, the parking area. Parking minimums are used to ensure that parking provided is appropriate for the use and the volume of vehicle traffic. There are also specific dimension requirements for parking spaces. The existing spaces which this use will utilize are only 5.5 meters in length, whereas 6 meters is required. The 6-meter length is to accommodate longer and larger vehicles. Given the constraints of the existing parking, there's only 1 designated accessible space, but it's not, unfortunately, it's not large enough to be considered an accessible space. So whereas 3 are required, there is 0 provided. So not providing appropriate parking continues to exacerbate an existing issue. The existing refuse collection area also has no setback to the public street. You could see it there. So it's already there, but it was shown in a different location in the 2018 site plan. So that's why we're asking for included in the relief. Development and redevelopment within the central business district is geared towards physically enhancing pedestrian use with comfortable, inviting, animated streetscape. As the property abuts the Muskoka River, development shall be designed to reflect prominence, visibility, and the waterfront proximity. In this instance, the property is very well connected to pedestrian infrastructure and is walkable from the main street. The lands are highly visible from River Mill Park and the Swing Bridge. The proposed outdoor restaurant use is intended to improve the appearance from the water to the north portion of the property, which is currently grassed with a utility shed and a refreshment stand, and parking oriented towards John Street. The landscaping through the addition of decking and shoreline revegetation will enhance this portion of the property and make the area more attractive from the waterfront. Shoreline enhancements through planting will also improve the conditions along the shoreline. Recent mapping, I'll just go to some pictures. Recent mapping from the district's hatch mapping indicates that the property is within the floodplain. The lands are sited near the Brendel Square area. Within Brendel Square, development is generally permitted, not generally permitted below the flood elevation. However, development might be considered on the recommendations of a site-specific technical report. To address the flood hazard, a flood impact review was included in their stormwater and drainage review letter. And it cited that given that the entire site is below the flood elevation, the review notes that the deck structures will need to be designed to resist flooding/flotation and associated river velocities similar to the dock structure over the water, and that should be done by a structural engineer. No traffic brief was provided for the application despite being requested at the pre-consultation. As the use is anticipated to generate traffic and parking is being reduced, the brief is an important factor in determining the appropriateness of the reliefs and in determining any mitigation measures for traffic. Traffic would also impact the surrounding intersection at John Street and Main Street East, which should be considered in the brief. The applicant did indicate that up to 14 boating slips could be made public for this use, noting that that would help address the parking shortage. The applicant also did provide a drainage and construction mitigation plan to address the impacts of stormwater management. There is a stormwater, and I don't know if you could see it in this picture. Yeah, you can. Down here, there's a stormwater pipe that goes through this area. So the town requested a 6-meter wide drainage easement over the property in the pre-consultation. The applicant has rejected the requirement for the 6 meters and instead proposes 3 meters. The 6-meter wide easement is required with the town's development standards for access and maintenance to these type of easements, and it's based on depth and if you have to get any equipment in there. So that was one item that we also were requesting through this proposal. District staff reviewed the application and provided that they would also want the traffic impact brief but had no other objections. The application was circulated to, in accordance with the Planning Act, and to the Fairy Lake and Lake Vernon associations. It should be noted that the application was circulated within the governed timelines and was posted on the property. 5 letters of objection were received. Some noted contractual concerns, impacts to the surrounding development and businesses, and existing and potential traffic issues and parking issues. The contractual concerns appear to be more civil in nature. However, the parking and traffic concerns should be addressed through a traffic impact brief. The Lake Vernon Association is generally supportive of the application, provided the right measures are put in place for the floodplain. And the building department also noted that seasonal washrooms will also have to be provided for the site. Currently, staff are bringing this forward for information only. It's premature for staff to make a recommendation, and the traffic impact brief should be reviewed prior to staff making a decision. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. So now we'll go to Mr. Kara's deputation, and then we'll go to the owner or the deputant. So.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for breaking the rules for me. I was retained after the formal deadline to make a deputation, so I appreciate the indulgence. Excuse me. My name is Michael Cara, and I am here as legal counsel on behalf of Sam Peters Investments Limited. My client is the registered owner of 6 John Street, 96 Main Street East, and 104 Main Street East, all of which are located east of the subject property on the opposite side of John Street. My client's property is a well-established commercial plaza that has been in operation since the 1960s and has been serving the community for decades. I'm here today on behalf of my client to formally object to the proposed application. While my client is supportive of thoughtful, community-oriented development, we believe that this particular application raises serious and unresolved concerns that warrant refusal. The application before you requires significant relief from the town's zoning standards, both in terms of the number of variances and the order of magnitude. Of the 9 variances requested, 5 directly relate to parking and site circulation, which I submit to you is a clear sign that the site cannot accommodate the intensity of the proposed use. The application proposes 10 undersized parking spaces, where a maximum of 14 are required, no accessible parking spaces at all, whereas 3 are required, and substandard space dimensions and aisle widths. Now, whether you're considering these variances in isolation or thinking about the cumulative impact of these deficiencies, the outcome is concerning. And in my respectful submission, the proposed application will have a significant and unacceptable impact on neighboring properties, including my client's site. They point to a fundamental lack of fit between the proposed use and the physical constraints of this particular site. Perhaps most concerning is that no traffic impact study has been submitted, despite a clear request from staff to do so during the pre-consultation stage. I would submit to you that this omission is not minor. In fact, Ms. Shadlock's staff report, which was prepared on behalf of the town, is clear that in the absence of a traffic brief, staff are unable to determine the appropriateness and full impact of the use and complete the analysis that is required in accordance with the community planning permit bylaw. The District of Muskoka similarly commented that a traffic brief is necessary in order to determine the potential impacts on traffic from the proposed development, including impacts on the John Street and Main Street East intersection. And we agree with staff that the study is critical for assessing traffic flow, safety, and operational impact on neighboring streets and properties, particularly during peak hours and on the weekends. In other words, town staff, district staff, and my clients are all of the opinion that the traffic brief is critical to understanding the impacts of the proposed application. However, the applicant has refused to prepare and submit this information. I would submit to you that parking and traffic implications are central threshold issues engaged by this proposal. And as such, I would submit to you that these matters should be addressed by the applicant upfront and not punted or deferred as a condition of approval. Even in the absence of a traffic impact study, it is clear that the proposal will attract a substantial number of customers, many of whom will arrive by car. Without any supporting justification, it is unclear how on-site parking can be managed and how the proposed site configuration can accommodate expected demand. With the information that is available, all that we can say with certainty is that there will be no way for someone that needs an accessible parking space to park on the property. We also know that the parking spaces have been designed to a substandard size and that there's less spots being proposed than required by the town bylaw. Excuse me. And finally, we know that insufficient parking, as mentioned by town staff, is already an issue today, and that issue will be exacerbated. In my submission, without sufficient parking on site, there's a very strong likelihood that customers and patrons will spill over onto adjacent properties and streets, thereby creating congestion, accessibility issues, and safety risks for local residents, pedestrians, and cyclists. This proposal doesn't just stretch the capacity of the subject site, it shifts the burden onto the surrounding community. In summary, the proposal presents serious and unresolved concerns related to traffic, parking, and public safety. I submit to you the requested variances are significant, and that in the absence of a traffic impact study, we are left with insufficient information to make an informed decision. For these reasons, if council is inclined to make a decision today, I would respectfully submit that the application should be refused. I want to thank you again for your time and consideration today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. There may be questions later, but for now, we're going to go to the applicant or their representative to make comment.
Thanks again.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Savas Raditz of Plan Muskoka, PO Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H 2K7. I have a very short slideshow here for you. I'll try not to repeat any of the information that's already been provided here today. I'll keep it brief. So looking at the site plan, sorry, how do I zoom in on this again? Yeah. This one? So you've heard about the fact that there's 2 decks proposed, one in this area, one in this area, and what they're doing is they're being connected by a short bridge that crosses a riprap swale that exists down through the center of the property. There is at the bottom a hedgerow proposed to buffer the view of the food trucks from John Street and the parking lot, the existing parking lot. And there's also a proposed vegetation buffer along the front of the proposed decks between the shoreline and the decks themselves in order to provide some visual buffering and some also for safety concerns as well. They don't want people walking across that buffer as well. You've heard a lot about parking. Just to make it clear, the existing parking lot is to remain as is. There's no proposal being made to change this parking lot at all, and this proposal does not impact the parking areas by removing any space or any spaces or reducing the size of any spaces. All the exceptions you've heard, it's just basically recognizing what is there today. It's been mentioned this is a temporary use only. It's a permitted use of the lands as well. It's even though it includes food trucks, it's being considered an outdoor restaurant as well too. So a restaurant is a permitted use of the subject lands. And also, it's also actually an expansion of what's already been there here today. As everybody knows, there's been food trucks on this property for some time, and this is basically an expansion, concentration, and I guess reconfiguration of that land use, expanding it into what you can consider like a food truck village, basically. So the proposed exceptions, all dimension exceptions, aisle widths, reductions, all that is just basically working with this area right here. This wing of the parking area is where things get a little bit condensed. There is a proposal to expand it a little bit to basically straighten it out, but it's impossible to meet those existing requirements without impacting towards the roadway and up towards the grass sort of hilly area as well too that's being included. So those reductions are not proposed parking spaces that are being proposed undersized. They're also not taking existing parking spaces that are appropriately sized and reducing them. It's simply recognition of what is there. Same goes with the refuse area that's already there today. It was located there, historically, and it met the requirements of the time, but now has to be recognized as part of this proposal as well too. The reduction in parking is fairly minor. We're short 4 spaces for this proposal. This is based on the amount of seating that's proposed here. So, I guess I have a red dot now. Basically, as you see, these picnic tables that are proposed on the decks, the amount of seating that's being proposed is how reflectant of how many parking spaces you needed. And that's short 4. As you heard, the applicants are willing to make some of the docking that they have across the top of the property made private. They're private and leased out to be made public to offset the parking requirements of the proposal. The deck setback is again part of the proposal as well. You can see that there is proposed a planting strip across the front to alleviate some of the visual concerns of having a deck close to the water, but as I will show here in a second, sorry, I just want to show just some quick renderings here. This is viewed from Muskoka Lake, oh, sorry, from Muskoka River. This is when you're viewing the property from John Street. You can see the hedgerow that's being proposed along the backs of the buildings in order to help alleviate some visual impact concerns. And then the next one as well is just a close-up of the entrance. So in order to sort of give it like a cohesive feel, the applicants wish to have like an arch entryway that this will be the way to get in and out of the site, and it'll focus pedestrian traffic through the middle of the site rather than having them sort of walking all over the property. This is the actual bylaw that exists site-specific to the property here today. This was the bylaw that was passed originally when the site was being developed. And what you see here is 1, 2, 3, 4 retail sites proposed at the time, with decking to be in front of all retail sites all the way across past the water's edge, up to the water's edge and past it, across the front of all retail sites. And then this was a multi-residential proposal as well too, which is now what the townhouses existing to the north of the property is. So of these retail areas, 2 were constructed. This is where Boston Pizza is right now. And then with the registered site plan that's on title, you have this building right here, which is approved for the location of the previous, on the previous slide, which was the 3rd site. And the 4th one was shown in this location right here, which is actually being approved for an expansion of parking lot up to the water's edge. And I think it's important to know that this is approved and registered on title for this property. This is what development could proceed like without requiring any traffic studies, further variances, or anything along those lines. This is in accordance with an existing site plan agreement that's registered on title. So keeping that in context of what's being proposed, what we have is this area right here is where the food truck village is proposed, and building B obviously is within that area, and this expanded parking area permitted right to the water's edge is within that area as well. In terms of the easement, as you heard from staff, the applicants do not wish to provide a 6-meter easement, but are willing to provide 3. And the reason why they do that is just simply because the width of the drainage swale that the engineers have designed for this property right in this area, which is, there's basically a pipe that runs underground, spills out into this area right here. And this riprap swale is 3 meters wide, and the decks have been proposed to allow for that 3-meter wide riprap swale to exist out in the open, so there would be no impacts if you want to maintain it by having any decks in the way. If you provided for a 6-meter wide easement, it would start to impact the size of the decks, and then the town would have the ability to come in and actually remove portions of these decks to maintain the swale. They don't believe that's required, and they're willing to provide 3, but they're putting their foot down for 6. And finally, from the traffic studies point of view, obviously this is probably the biggest issue that's come up through the objection letters and through comments from staff. The idea behind that, and why the applicants don't wish to provide it, is they look at the site, and the parking lot has been used to its maximum potential for some time now. It's not being used that way because the restaurant use and the food truck uses on the property require the entire space. It's that a lot of people park on this property and then walk into town. They've witnessed it for themselves, and basically what they say is what they're going to do is police the situation better through signage, through enforcement, and what will result is that the parking lot will continue to be used to its full potential. It'll just be used by people who are supposed to be parking there. So what ends up happening is when you look at it from that perspective, there will be no additional traffic coming and going from the site. It'll just be the appropriate traffic coming and going from the site. So they fail to see how a traffic study, which when there's no additional traffic actually being generated by this property, would actually be of any appropriate value to reviewing the situation. So that is the mentality and the reasoning behind not providing the traffic study by the applicants. So in conclusion, from my personal opinion, I think this would be a benefit to the town. Obviously, it brings a lot of foot traffic, and a lot of people to an area where the more people that we bring to our downtown, normally the better it will be for the businesses in the local area. It's a unique proposal, something we don't have in Huntsville, but they've been very successful all over Canada and other parts of the world. I was shown examples of some when we were proposing, helping prepare this plan, and they seem like a pretty exciting proposal. The applicants do wish to ask council to waive the requirement for the traffic study for the proposal and make a decision on the matter here today if possible. They've been working with staff on this one since September of 2024, so 7 months, and they're anxious to get going and getting this proposal in ready for the 2026 season. They've missed 2025 as a result. So that's where they stand on the traffic study, and that's where that's what their request has been made for me to portray to you. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that council has. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to go to council. Councilor Cloutier first.
Again, with the traffic study, I mean, there was a grocery store within 200 meters of there with probably 60 employees at the time, any given day, 900,000 customers a day. So the traffic in that area, I don't know why we'd have to study it again, because the grocery store, the client has a good thing, because the grocery store is not there anymore. It doesn't, not that I know of, that there's another one moving in there. So I think the area can handle the traffic without a study. My big question is, why 7 trucks? That's what you again, as and I reiterated lots of meetings ago, here we are getting pushed again by planners. Okay, like we know our bylaw is 2 per, but now we're asking for 7. Like that's pretty extent as far as the number of food trucks. But I do agree with you with the traffic study, because the businesses that have closed down in that area and that aren't there anymore, I mean, it's a give and take, but I'm having a hard time here with 7 food trucks in one spot.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Chair. Even when you look at this proposal on, as it comes in and it presents itself on paper, it looks even busy. When you look at it on a piece of paper, the proposal, I think when I was watching here, it was required 9 reliefs to make it work. So in my opinion, that's far too many. I share the concerns that we've heard about parking and how the proposal would negatively or could negatively affect the neighboring properties. I think it will. It could. We know there isn't anybody here that is going to deny that there's a parking issue there in the summer. There is. It's a known issue. And this proposal is going to quite simply lead to more issues. And I think 7 food stands are really overly ambitious for this site. We already have a policy in place, like Councillor Cloutier mentioned, and this proposal is far outside of that policy.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thank you for the presentation. I echo what my fellow councillors have said about our bylaws do state that only 2 food trucks are permitted on one property. Given though that the title on this property does allow for a restaurant, my concern is that this business is coming in for the summer season, and what will be there during the winter season? Probably nothing. My other concern is there was some mention about washrooms. So are they planning to have washrooms nearby? And another question I have is, would this be licensed? Is this something that they're considering as well? So, and finally, my last comment or my question would be, when you showed the photograph of the parking down in this smaller area, you've got 9 spots on the east side. There's absolutely no way you can get 9 cars parked in that little area. So I think parking would definitely be a problem. I think it's too large for the footprint that it's at. I love new ideas. I love, bringing more people to downtown, but I don't know if this is exactly, it needs to be tweaked, I think, before we go forward with it. So more comments than questions, but there you go.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Yeah, this is an intriguing one. I've got a lot of history with that property because I worked there from when I was, I think, 17 till 2000, but 6 or 7 years. Ironically, part of my job was selling hot dogs outside the cottage with no license. I'm sure we broke a ton of bylaws, but so I know back then, no offense to the current restaurant there, but we were so busy there'd be a lineup to the swing bridge on a Friday and Saturday night. It was the place to be. Parking worked itself out. It was fine. On the traffic study with Councilor Cloutier, I understand why you would ask for it, but there's no parking spots being added. A new development with 30 parking spots, it's more people parking. Here, when the parking spots are full, they're full. Like there can't be more people parking there because there isn't any more room to park. If they're adding 10 spots, then I could justify that. I too share the concern about the 7 food trucks. And I think that's too many. And I think at our recent appeals committee meeting we decided that the 3 of us deciding to allow more wouldn't be prudent. And we need to have a robust discussion amongst all of council to decide what we think could be amended in that. And we haven't done that yet. So I think that's, before we determine a number, I think we need to get there. But I'm wondering, a question for Kelsey and maybe for Savas is, with Building B proposed there, if that was built today, it obviously could be a restaurant. How many square feet would it be? How big would it be? How many seats potentially could be allowed? And would that be any different than this? Because the letter sent in from Dan Barkwell was pretty good. It had a lot of really good points, very well laid out. I've been in the restaurant biz. The margins are really, really thin, even more so now than ever. So I want to try to balance something that I think could be really cool because I'm a food truck guy. I look for food truck villages everywhere I go, while also trying to take care of the needs of the current restaurant owners that are staffing and have for many, many years. So I guess the question is, I want to know about Building B, what could be there, and would it be just as impactful as having 3, 4, or 5 food trucks?
Savas or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I could throw an answer there. I can't tell you for sure because parking is based on the amount of seating you have in it. So if it was a 2-story building, it would be different than if it was a 1-story building. It is 1 for every, I think, 4 or 5. I don't remember off the top of my head which number it is now in the CPP bylaw, but I think you probably would have a similar impact. The seating that's shown on the outdoors side of things is a little more spaced out. And I feel like if you put it into an indoor seating area, like a properly designed restaurant, you'd probably find that the seating would be compacted a little bit more. So you have probably a similar impact. The thing is, you would have a parking lot that also extends right to the water's edge on the eastern side or the northeastern side of the site. So I think there are obviously pros and cons for looking at both sides of things. But in terms of number of trucks, the way we looked at it with this proposal is because it was considered a outdoor restaurant, it wasn't actually looking to fit itself within the current licensing bylaw that exists today. It was sort of looking at it as like a collective of trucks that as one functions as a restaurant. So that's why I think that initial number of 7 came about. It just was what sort of fit on the site and what we wanted to start with. If I'm hearing council obviously has concerns with the number of food trucks that were there. I spoke to my clients before coming here, and they had told me that they thought that 1 refreshment vehicle, 4 food trucks, and 1 spot for washrooms would probably be the minimum that they would require to function on that site. So that would be a reduction of 2 food trucks from basically 5 to 7 or 7 to 5. And just to answer the question as well, too, one of them is proposed to be licensed. So that was part of the reason why they can't make it this season. If they're able to get the approval, is the time it takes for the licensing. It has been basically already missed for this season.
Kelsey wants to add something first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's been a lot of site plan approvals for this site. So I believe in doing the background research, it was supposed to be a 2-story building there that was also supposed to have office space above and a commercial use. I think it was a restaurant, but then there was also all that other parking area that Savas showed. And I would just say with a traffic impact brief, even though like it would be just the capacity of the site for parking, like there is also if somebody's looking for a spot, they're circling the block, and the impacts, like what the district was more concerned with was on to Main Street and how long people are waiting to get on street. So it's not just the site, but the overall flow around the site that the traffic impact brief would look at too.
Councillor Morrison, follow-up?
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, but I think in the summertime, there's people circling for every business in town, right? They're trying to find out where they can go, but, I guess the question I have then is the thought of cash in lieu of parking, like if they built building B, or if they went ahead with this, is that something that could be looked at instead of allowing it? Could you get cash in lieu?
Kelsey?
Yeah, cash in lieu is something that we can ask for. It's $7,500 a space, so it would just depend on the overall amount needed. Like if it was just for this particular proposal for 4 spaces, it'd be $30,000. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Stone. Everything I was going to say has been said, so I don't need to repeat, and I won't. But I do echo much of what was said, and I do think the applicant might want to consider the reduction of the number of trucks for all of the reasons that were talked about. I did ask, though, the reduction of accessible parking spots from 3 to 0. I find that I didn't even know it was legal. In a way, I just assumed that we are required to provide at least one, but 0. So I'm sort of interested in the rationale for that.
Chavez?
Through Mr. Chair. So there is one on the property right now, as it currently exists. It's not sized to the size that the CPP bylaw recognizes it as an appropriate accessible space. So the idea was that because they're trying to utilize the existing parking lot, there would be all these exceptions would be required to recognize the existing deficiencies of it. So it's not so much that there was no desire to provide more. In order to provide more, you'd have to reduce the amount of parking across the parking lot as a whole. And obviously, if that is something that is acceptable and is desirable, I think obviously that could be part of a re-proposal as well too, is we could take 3 spaces and make it into 2, or take 4 spaces and make it into 2 accessible spaces, which then with the existing accessible space would provide 3, but even though it would only legally provide 2. There would then be a deficiency of additional 2 spaces on the site as a whole, and the accessible spaces would also probably be utilized less than the rest of them as well too. So it might have a net negative impact to traffic, but would obviously alleviate the concern about the accessible spaces.
Kelsey, you have something to add?
Yes, it's hard with this proposal because there are multiple uses. So the reliefs for the parking apply to the existing spaces are approved on a site plan, and there is already a restaurant use on the property, and accessible spaces for restaurant you require 2 extra spaces. So it's already deficient, but then when you're looking at the new use, that's what those reliefs are for. That's why the recognition. So it's kind of a bit confusing because there's multiple uses on the property, but yes, thank you.
Councillor Schumacher?
Well, mine was the accessible. Yes, because I know there's the one up by Boston Pizza. I didn't know if there is any other in that area. And I know to the deputation for Mr. Peters, there is none. And I've talked with Linda across the street. There is no accessible parking over there. So that whole area, as the chair of accessibility, I find that whole area very deficient. And your proposal, I see picnic tables and stuff. Are there going to be accessible picnic tables? Is it really geared to having that accessibility and then no accessible spots, I guess also is my question. Is it just negating somebody with an accessibility issue to even attend?
Savas, quickly.
I can touch upon that. To be honest with you, it never really came up in the design process in terms of providing accessible seating for people in wheelchairs, but I think that would be, open arms accepted by the applicant. We just took a standard looking picnic table and just copied it around the plan. So I think if we get down to the nitty gritty details like that, I don't think they have any problem doing that. The intention is to make no steps getting in and out of that whole deck area, and even the bridge, I think, was meant to be a pretty low, sloped bridge over that from one deck to another. So I don't imagine the site would be inaccessible, but obviously there's improvements that could be made to make it more accessible.
Just follow up, yeah, and to that, I do appreciate it. I'm not ready to make a decision on that today because I'd like to hear more about that, or maybe even some conversation at accessibility. With that other piece, keep in mind then, if you are gonna look at the dock and having public access to the dock, there's an accessibility component with docking as well too. So that might be something, again, Savis, to take a look at from an accessibility piece. I mean, we're there as a committee to help you if that's something you guys wanna, consider.
Councillor Clark?
Thanks, Chair. Last comments for me. I just wanted to sort of rehash something that Councillor Morrison had said, that there'd been a situation come through a committee for review about a food truck, and that couldn't be addressed properly there because of the current bylaw. So I'd be pretty hesitant to move forward with a revised application on this one until we as a council were able to review the policy that we have in place right now. And Savis, I know you're saying that this is a restaurant, but it's kind of a restaurant under the guise of food trucks. And, if it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And in this case, a food truck is a food truck.
I just have a comment that hasn't been raised yet, is that the reason we implemented the 2 food trucks per property was to help protect the year-round restaurants in the downtown core, and in this case, Boston Pizza. Having owned a restaurant, it's a long, lean winter. By the time you get to a place where you can finally make some money in the summer, and I believe we need to protect those year-round restaurants that are very much committed to our town. I believe Councillor Morrison had a comment.
And just a last question. When I first looked at the pictures, I almost thought it was like covered buildings with food trucks underneath. So it begs the question, if these were permanent structures along that width and they were uniform built, it was like a building with food vendors inside, would that be classified differently? And would it be something that would be acceptable?
Kelsey?
Yeah, it's really hard with all the definitions in our bylaw. The reason why we came to the conclusion that it was an outdoor restaurant is it was more collective. And I guess if it were to follow that design where it was more under one building, like I just think of going to Germany and the beer garden, they're all connected, and it would be even more of a restaurant and less of a kind of refreshment stand look. But we'd still be looking at the similar reliefs, similar things. It wouldn't really change it in terms of like the planning reliefs. But in terms of appearance, yes, yeah.
All right, I see no more hands. This file came for information only, so we have no resolution on it. So at this point, we'll move on. And Kelsey, you're going to be speaking to the 108 Balsam Shoots Road.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 108 Balsam Shoots Road. The property is within the waterfront designation in the official plan and within the waterfront 60-meter, waterfront residential 60-meter within the CPP with natural constraint 1 and flood overlay. The applicant proposes to reconstruct an existing non-complying one-story single detached dwelling with an increased height and an attached deck. A class 3 variation is required to reduce the front yard setback and reduce the setback to type 1 fish habitat for the single detached dwelling, and recognize the front yard setback from for the attached deck, and to recognize the setback from type 1 fish habitat. So you can see here, I think I have an animation. So it's 4.5 meters for the attached deck and then 9.3 for the dwelling. I believe that in the notice the distances were a bit mistaken, but these are the correct distances. The existing mobile home on the property is legal non-complying with a 9.7 front yard setback to the closest point of the shoreline, or 9.3, sorry. The attached deck is also set back 4.5 from the shore, 4.5 meters from the shoreline. The height of the dwelling is being increased, so therefore a variation is needed. The required front yard setback for the WR1 precinct is 20 meters. The intention of the front yard setback is to ensure adequate distance from development from the from a watercourse, which is environmentally sensitive. Relief is also needed from type 1 habitat, which is identified along the north portion of the budding shoreline. Type 1 fish habitat is described as highly productive and generally rare and sensitive to development. The setback to type 1 fish habitat is 30 meters. The existing dwelling and attached deck are close to the Muskoka River. The home is being reconstructed in the exact same footprint. The height of the reconstructed dwelling is to increase from 3.6 to 3.5. The variations are technical in nature and appropriate because the original footprint and building size and location will remain the same. The lot is undersized and development is currently completely within the original shore road allowance. An application for the closure of the shore road allowance has just been approved. However, I've still included a condition within the CPP to ensure the finalization. The closure of the road allowance will increase the area of the lot, allowing the primary lot coverage to be brought into compliance. The redevelopment of the building in the same and unique location will allow the surrounding and existing vegetation to be maintained. The type 1 fish habitat identified on the property under the Natural Constraint 1 overlay has shown on the full length of the shoreline. The setback is to be maintained, so there are no further impacts anticipated. To demonstrate a net improvement to the site, the applicant has also agreed to remove 2 sheds within the shoreline and to reconstruct the septic bed. An updated site plan showing the existing shoreline buffer and the needed revegetation and the location of the sheds is a recommended condition. The new septic system will also be installed 30 meters away from the shoreline in compliance with the CPP bylaw. Removing the shed, this will be a net improvement to the site and for fish habitat. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the CPP bylaw, and to the Balsam Shoots Road Association. 2 letters of objection were received. One noted that the dwelling should be moved back to be compliant. As development is in the exact same footprint, maintaining the location appears to be appropriate to limit the areas of disturbance on the lot. The other letter noted that there was a shed shown on the other side of the property line that was shown to be removed. This has been rectified on the site plan, and there was also concerns about drainage from the road and from the subject lands. The building department also noted that there appears to be above ground electrical wire that is above the existing building. This wire will need to be moved 1.5 meters away from the building or be changed to a below ground installation. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff is recommending provisional approval. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll call on the applicant or representative. Are they online?
They are online. I will bring them into the meeting.
All right. I had to go to my other job. Yes. That's the retired guy.
Hi, sorry, Stefan here. For some reason, is my video working?
Not yet.
Strange. I don't really, it's not even giving me a video. I don't want to take up too much of your time. You won't see my face. Sorry about that. I have a very brief presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Committee and staff. I've read the staff report, fully support what's in front of you. The planning justification is identical to what was submitted with the application. And with respect to the letters that have been submitted, your staff is correct insofar as the applicants are just want to utilize the existing developed portions of the property. Moving it back, in my mind, would have more of an impact on the property, especially when they're trying to redo the septic system. Again, additional damage to the property would likely happen. With respect to the shed to be removed, that was my fault. The owner said they were going to remove 2 sheds, but in fact there's 3, and I just mislabeled it. So we're not going to touch the neighbor's shed. That was just a labeling error. And my client's fully satisfied with the provisional approval and all the conditions in front of them, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm glad you're not going to take down the neighbor's shed. All right. Council members, comments or questions? Councilor Morrison.
Just quickly to Kelsey, the shed thing was one of my questions that's been resolved. The other one was drainage. Has there been any drainage things identified by staff, or is it something the neighbor is valid to complain about?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. It's hard because it's a private road, and I also visited the site during the winter. So I spoke to the commenter and about his concerns and how the road association might be the better option to consult with. But he submitted comments anyways, just in case there was anything that could be raised in this meeting. But yeah, and also so the applicant can be aware that there are these, I know they're newer owners of the property, so hopefully now that the subject landowners are aware, maybe they can work together to sort out the drainage issue, but yeah.
All right, thank you. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 28-2025 HTE. And it's relatively long, and it's just like in your package, and it's the long day. So I will call the question. All in favor? And that carries. All right. Thank you, everyone. We've got one more. Kelsey.
Yes, last one. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 135 Balsam Shoots Road. The property is within the waterfront designation and within the waterfront residential 1 precinct, and there's no natural constraint overlays. The applicant proposes to construct a 1-story detached garage, and the variation is required to reduce the front yard setback from 12 meters to 0.4 meters for the proposed garage only. A Class 2 CPP was approved in August of last year to permit the detached garage closer to the lot line than the dwelling. So they were granted that. They had provided on the plan that the setback was to be 12 meters, but it is in fact a lot closer to the front lot line than that, 0.4 meters. So they had to come back to recognize that they were doing the footing inspection and this issue came up and it was surveyed to be this setback. So this is to rectify that issue. The front yard setback requirement is to provide mitigation from visual, traffic, and safety impacts. Such setbacks may also be imposed because of future infrastructure and road widenings. The detached garage is minimally set back from the property line. However, the proposed building remains appropriately set back from the traveled road, approximately 5 meters away from the traveled road. There is no anticipated safety or operational concerns for the private road. And the vegetative buffer, which I think here's the setback. So you could kind of see it here. There's a vegetated buffer, and then you could see it better in the summer. This will remain, which will provide a buffer from the garage. Further, it is noted that the road is private, so any future road widenings or infrastructural improvements are unlikely. The garage is also sited in a cleared area, allowing the vegetation along the road allowance to be maintained. The existing dwelling and septic locations also constrain the placement of the garage. As mentioned, no natural constraints were identified on the property. The application was circulated in accordance with the Community Planning Permit Bylaw and Planning Act. and to the Balsam Shoots Road Association. The building department did note that there are lines along the road, and consultation and permission from Hydro One would be needed if the proposed building does not meet the required setback to the hydro lines. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial planning statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll call on the applicant or the representative to make any comments if they would. Perhaps they're online.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
No hands raised. Council members, comments, questions? So you said it was a lot closer to the lot line. How much closer?
A lot closer. I find this happens with the property, like the perceived property line is the road, whereas the road allowance is often much larger. So I think that was the case when it was surveyed. So it was supposed to be 12 meters and it was 0.4 meters. Yeah.
That's a lot. Council Fitzgerald.
It's very narrow, self-maintained road down there. That's the issue.
All right. All right, so I have a resolution moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 29-2025 HTE. And once again, it's exactly as in your package. So I will ask the question, all in favor? And that carries. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2025-39 be received and passed this 16th day of April 2025. All in favor? And that carries. And finally, moved by Councillor Fitz. Oh, before we adjourn, actually, we would like to introduce someone. I'll get Director Maxwell.
Thank you. I don't know if Richard wants to speak. Richard wants to.
Sure, I can do that. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to take this time to welcome Haley Gilmore to the planning team at the town of Huntsville. She's originally from Hamilton, Ontario, but she moved up here recently. She does live in Huntsville in Port Sydney, and we're excited to have her for 18 months as one of our planning technicians. So.
Fantastic. Welcome. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 3 o'clock on the nose. All in favor? That's carried.